I would like to call this meeting to order. This is the Clackamas County Planning Commission. It is Monday, November 8th of 2021. It is 6:30 p.m. that we call this meeting to order. To begin, we'd like to have a roll call of and an introduction of all of our panelists, please. And Darcy, could you help me with that?
Commissioner Peterson.
Present.
Commissioner Murphy.
Present.
Commissioner Pack.
Here.
Commissioner Lopes.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Commissioner Pasco.
Present.
Commissioner Schroedel. And Commissioner Moss. Commissioner Stevens.
Present. And then would you like to make introductions, or would you like to go around and have each of our staff members introduce themselves?
We can let people introduce themselves.
Okay, you want to start?
I'm Darcy Renhard. I'm the Administrative Specialist for the Planning and Zoning Division.
And I'm Jennifer Hughes. I'm the County Planning Director. Martha?
I'm Martha Fritzy, Principal Planner with the county's Planning and Zoning Division. Melissa?
I'm Melissa Ahrens, the planner who's been working on this application.
Very good. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. All right, we're going to begin this evening. Before we start our hearing, let's see. Now is the time for public comment. And public comment is for anyone to, if anyone is here, I got to make sure I read this correctly. Okay, if anyone is here to speak on the Mission Team's Northwest Bible Training Center application, the time for testimony will come later in the agenda. At this time, we will take comment on any item not on the formal agenda for tonight. So that being said, if any of our attendees, which I believe, oh my, we have 22. If anyone would like to make a comment on an item not on the agenda, please use the raise hand feature. Do you see any? Okay, very good. All right, we're going to move along to our hearing this evening, which is, I'm going to just launch right here. The public hearing is now open for the consideration of file Z0208-21-CP, an application by Mission Team, Inc., Northwest Bible Training Center for a comprehensive plan amendment for an exception to statewide Planning Goal 3 for use of the property as an addiction recovery farm. Assisting us in the hearing today are several members of the county staff, and we've already had those introductions, so I don't need to do that. This public hearing is being conducted virtually using the Zoom platform. Panelists for today's hearing, which include members of the Planning Commission and county staff, have both audio and video capability. The applicant will be added as a panelist during their presentation. If a panelist is participating with audio but not video, members in the audience will not see that panelist's name on their screen, but will be able to hear them when they speak. Audience members who have joined the meeting will have their mics muted unless they wish to testify, in which case they will be called upon to do so by the county staff moderator. Audience members' video will not be turned on at any time. Today's hearing is being recorded as required by law. The county will make every effort to post the recording on the county website as soon as possible. The Planning Commission is charged with making a recommendation on the application to the Board of County Commissioners. The record from this hearing will be forwarded to the board, which will make the final decision on this matter. The board will conduct another hearing on this application on Wednesday, December 8th at 10 a.m. That hearing will be de novo, which means the hearing will start anew and additional testimony may be offered. The board hearing was rescheduled after the original public notice was mailed, and a new notice will be mailed no later than November 18th. Today's hearing will not go beyond 10 p.m. If not concluded, it will be continued to a date and time certain. The hearing may be continued for other reasons as well. If an announcement of an additional hearing date and time is made tonight, it will be the only notice given of that additional hearing. This public hearing will be conducted as follows. 1, Planning and Zoning Division staff report. 2, entry into the record of any additional correspondence received. 3, technical information from other government agencies. 4, testimony by the applicant or representative. The maximum length is 30 minutes. 5, testimony by representatives of recognized community planning organizations or hamlets. Maximum length 10 minutes. 6, testimony by proponents of the applicant, which would be people in favor. Maximum length 3 minutes per speaker. 7, testimony by opponents of the application, those not in favor. Maximum length 3 minutes per speaker. 8, testimony by persons who are neutral on the application. Again, maximum 3 minutes. 9, applicant's rebuttal, which is limited to arguments addressing evidence already on the record. Maximum length 15 minutes. 10, Planning and Zoning Division staff rebuttal, which is limited to addressing evidence already in the record. 11, closing the public hearing. 12, Planning Commission discussion and action. There is a designated time during the hearing when it will be open for testimony. The chair will make it clear when this is. If you want to provide testimony, you will utilize the raise hand feature in Zoom. Attendees on PC and iPad, you have a raise hand button on the Zoom bar, top or bottom, depending on the device. Attendees by telephone use *9 to activate the raise hand feature. When the moderator switches you over to provide testimony, your screen will look different for a moment. Primarily, you will see all participants' cameras, not just the one who is speaking. Staff will call upon you when it is your time to provide testimony. For the record, please state your name and where you are from or who you are representing when you begin. Once you have provided your testimony, your mic will be muted and your screen will return to normal. Now is the time to set. I'm sorry, I didn't quite get this. Now is the time set for the public hearing related to the previously identified comprehensive plan amendment application. Again, this is a quasi-judicial land use hearing, which means 2 important things for those participating in this hearing. First, all of the criteria that the Planning Commission can use in reaching a recommendation are listed in the notice given for this public hearing and will be identified when the oral staff report is presented. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward these criteria or other criteria in the comprehensive plan, zoning and development ordinance, or other land use regulation that the person testifying believes to apply to this decision. Accordingly, anyone testifying is asked to please direct your testimony to a relevant approval criterion. Second, failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue may preclude appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. Failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the county to respond to the issues precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Once final, the county's decision may be appealed to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals. At this time, I will ask members of the Planning Commission to disclose any ex parte contacts, bias, or conflicts of interest. Please indicate the nature and extent of the ex parte contact, bias, or conflicts of interest, and indicate whether you intend to participate in or abstain from this hearing. So if anyone would like to declare, ex parte contact, please use the raise hand feature. And I'll begin. I live in and have for 61 years. I live in the Beaver Creek area, and this application is coming out of that area. It's actually called the Hamlet of Beaver Creek. I've gone to great lengths to avoid any discussion or review of the information. There was quite a bit of information, several threads on Facebook that the second I saw it, I ignored it. This was reviewed at our Hamlet Town Hall meeting in October. And I excused myself during that portion of the meeting, left the Zoom meeting, and then came back on when informed to come back on when they were done. So I don't believe I know anything more than any of my fellow commissioners, but I am a member of the community, and I hopefully that will be helpful in providing a proper recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Okay, okay, anyone else? Okay. If anyone wishes to challenge the impartiality of any commissioner, please clearly indicate your intention to do so in any written or oral testimony you may provide. So that's just advice. Okay, here we go. The Planning and Zoning Division staff will now present the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, bear with me while I share screen for the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, can everyone see that? Yep, okay. Martha is actually going to start off staff's presentation for this item to give a general overview of reasons exceptions. So take it away, Martha.
All right, thanks, Melissa. So as we are all aware, we are here today to discuss a comprehensive plan amendment for a goal exception. And I just wanted to hopefully help set the stage a little bit before Melissa starts talking about the specifics of the proposal and the analysis and findings. And just to give everybody a few things to think about and hopefully provide some general information so we can all sort of understand the process a little bit better. As you have noted, I'm sure from the staff report, goal exceptions are complicated. They are very unique animals under state law. There are a few things to keep in mind about goal exceptions. They are property specific. And so it is not something that would establish any sort of planning or zoning policy of general applicability. They are very unique. Historically, those of you who've been here for a little while have been involved in goal exceptions that are we usually associate them with a zone change, but this one is not. State law does allow for exceptions for just a use. And this, I think, is the first one in our recollection, or at least our history with the county staff that's in the room. And so this was a bit of a learning experience for us as well. And so as you are all probably aware, there's 19 statewide planning goals, 15 of which apply in Clackamas County. State law allows for this process if there is a proposal that does not comply with whatever the applicable goal or goals are on that specific property. And there are very specific approval criteria for a goal exception that are outlined in state law. And so that is why the vast majority of the criteria that Melissa analyzed in the staff report are really out of the Oregon administrative rules, because those very specifically do outline what you need to do to meet the criteria to get a goal exception. Under state law, there's 3 types of goal exceptions. And so if you are looking to get a goal exception, the first thing you need to do is decide which one is appropriate. The first 2, the physically developed exceptions and the irrevocably committed exceptions, are really only applicable if there's something developed on or nearby the property that really makes the property not able to be used for what the originally statewide planning goal intended. For example, if there is a lot of historic development on a property, it's some use that has predated zoning, then it could potentially apply for a physically developed exception. That is not the case in this proposal. What we are looking at tonight is a reasons exception. Go ahead and next slide, Melissa. Reasons exceptions are by far the hardest to get under state law, and it's intentional because essentially it is allowing somebody to do something that goes against all of the land use planning goals and rules. But it is allowed for proposals. It generally requires a demonstration that what is proposed is not only needed, but it needs to locate in the area and on the specific site where it's proposed, and it needs to demonstrate that it's the only reasonable place that it could locate there. There are 4 main criteria that need to be met for any reasons exception. Its first one is the need, and the applicant has to identify a sufficient reason for locating the use in this area. There needs to be an alternatives analysis, and state law really dictates the components that need to go into the alternatives analysis, and Melissa will talk more about that. There needs to be an analysis of consequences of allowing this use on this particular site compared to other sites where it might locate. And that involves an easy analysis, which I always mess up. It's the environmental, economic, social, and energy consequences of that analysis. And then you need to demonstrate that the proposed use is compatible or can be made compatible with adjacent uses. And so the demonstration of these 4 criteria is difficult. State law outlines what you need to demonstrate. There's a lot of case law out there that Melissa and I have both reviewed that demonstrates what a high bar there is for these to meet these criteria. And so I just want that to be out there, that these 4 criteria all do need to be met. And then finally, if a reasons exception is approved, then we, the county, is required to limit the uses only to those that are contemplated in the exception. And that can be done easily through conditions of approval, as we have done in the past. Next slide. So once you know you need an exception, you're doing a reasons exception, you have to think about what goals you are applying, what goals you are trying to get this exception for. And so, I mean, the easiest one is whatever goals are directly applicable to your property. In the case of this application, it's zoned for agriculture, so goal 3, agriculture, is applicable. But just to complicate things even a little bit further, anytime you are trying to do an exception out in the rural area, you need to look at whether or not an exception to goal 14 is also required. And goal 14 is urbanization. And part of that is a determination of whether or not the use that's proposed is an urban use or a rural use. And so it's not as simple as what we often think of as urban uses and rural uses inside the urban growth boundary, outside the urban growth boundary. But it's also not very neatly prescribed in state law. And so it's clear that an analysis needs to be done. It's clear that factors need to be looked at, like the public facilities and services, how those would be impacted, and what public facilities and services might be needed. You have to look at potential impacts to nearby, not nearly, but nearby urban growth boundaries, whether or not the use is appropriate for and limited to the needs of the rural area to be served, including whether or not it attracts people from outside the rural area, and the intensity of use. And so after looking at those factors, and you make a determination of whether or not the use is urban or rural. If the use is determined to be urban under these factors, then an exception to statewide planning goal 14 is also needed. And that's not instead of the goal 3 exception, it's in addition to. So it seems kind of complicated, but really comes down to a couple of things. whether or not a goal 14 exception is needed doesn't change a lot about the reasons exception. So a couple of things that you need to keep in mind moving forward is that all 4 of those criteria, the need, the alternatives, the consequences, the compatibility, all 4 of those criteria need to be met for the reasons exception. The distinction about whether or not it needs a goal 14 exception or not is that state law outlines criteria to address in order to demonstrate those 4 main criteria. And so there's slightly different criteria, slightly different ways on how you can address the need, the alternatives, and the consequences if you're looking at an urban use versus not an urban use. And that's part of the reason that the staff report was split out into an analysis of both of those criteria. And so I don't want to belabor this or complicate it. I want Melissa to get into the specific proposal, but I guess I would leave you maybe with the top 3 things that I think of with goal exceptions. One is that you need to keep in mind it needs to meet those 4 main criteria: the need, the alternatives, areas analysis, the consequences, and compatibility. 2, that it's a really high bar and it needs the findings need to be supported with substantial evidence that meet all of the criteria and all the demonstrations that are listed under the administrative rules. And then finally, like all land use issues, it's really not about whether or not we like or agree with the use or the service or the business or whatever is proposed to locate. It's really about whether or not it meets the specific criteria under state law. And so I'm going to pass it now to Melissa to talk about the specifics of this application.
Thanks so much, Martha. Okay, I will keep going on my presentation here. Just to get specific about what the applicant is proposing in their application materials, they proposed a reasons exception to statewide planning goal 3, which is agriculture, for a faith-based residential addiction recovery farm. We'll talk more about what that entails and details as we go along in the presentation, but that is kind of in a nutshell what the applicant put in their application as submitted. So the subject property is located within a rural agricultural area outside the UGB, the urban growth boundary. There's sparse home site development and large acreages of cultivated farmland around the property. It's 7.7 acres and it's zoned exclusive farm use, or EFU. It's owned by Mission Teens and operated by Northwest Bible Training Center, which is a division, as we understand it, of Mission Teens. The property is served by an existing well and a septic system. The subject property is developed with a single-family residence, outlined in red there, initially constructed in 1910 with major remodels in 1975 and 2011. An agricultural barn on the property was constructed in 2011, outlined in red there at the top. It was permitted as an agricultural building initially, so an ag exempt building, but in 2013 it was converted to an accessory structure through a building permit. There are 2 other structures on the property. One's a pole barn and one's a livestock structure with a chicken coop and a goat run. So this is just background on the evolution of this proposal. It first came in as a violation. So a building department were required, once they found out Northwest Bible Training was operating the program within that accessory building, they were required per, as we understand it, the building code, the structural code, to deem it a dangerous building and open a violation file. That went to a code enforcement hearing July 9th, 2020. That order from the code enforcement hearings officer was included as an exhibit. The decision just deemed that it was a dangerous building and required them to vacate it and not continue operations in that accessory structure because it was permitted as an accessory building, not for residential habitation. We had a lot of back and forth conversations with the applicant to try to figure out the right pathway for them. We held a pre-application meeting with them in September of 2020. And they finally submitted the subject application May 11th. Staff requested additional materials and deemed it incomplete. And then it was finally deemed complete with the submittal of additional information on July 20th, 2021. Notice was sent out for this meeting and the Board of County Commissioners meeting on October 4th. So the proposed use, as explained by the applicant, it's a faith-based addiction recovery farm. There's a lot of information in the application materials, and we tried to kind of distill that down in our staff recommendation and figure out what exactly is being proposed. So just to summarize from the application, some takeaways of what they're proposing. It's a faith-based long-term residential addiction recovery treatment program for adults. So no children, everyone would be over 18. No short-term or overnight guests. No large gatherings, 7 trips per day is their estimated trip count. No new buildings are proposed. 26 staff and residents would be living in the dormitory or the existing accessory building on the property, with 5 staff living in the existing single-family residence on the property. And then passive farming activities is how they describe it in their application, are part of the program and would be occurring on the property. So circling back a bit to Martha's summary, we look to state statute for goal exception applications. And we have included heavy findings for the OARs as required for goal exceptions in our staff recommendation, but we'll attempt to summarize those in the presentation. You can see here the main ones that we've included consistency findings with. Division 4 there, just really setting up the general process for the A through D that Martha mentioned, and Division 14 being applicable for urban development on rural lands. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we keep going through. Statewide planning goals are also legal standard of review here, as well as the county comprehensive plan. And so that's kind of how the staff recommendation is organized into those 3 categories for legal consistency findings. So as part of the analysis that staff performed and findings in our staff recommendation, we needed to determine which statewide planning goals apply. It's clear that goal 3 applies, and that is also what the applicant is proposing an exception to. That's because the proposed use is not an allowed use on agricultural resource land per state statute and the county's EFU zoning district. An exception to statewide planning goal 3 would be required as a result. Staff has determined that the proposed use is an urban use, and so a goal 14 exception would also be required. Goal 2 sets up the requirements for that goal exception process. So you'll see in the staff recommendation, we include findings for both a goal 3 and a goal 14 exception. So when we looked to see whether or not statewide planning goal 14 was applicable to this proposal, really what we were required to analyze is whether or not this is a rural or urban use. There's no clear definition in state statute to rely on for this distinction. There's no clear thresholds outlined. So really case law is what we turn to for our determination and a guidebook, if you will, for those thresholds for what's urban and what's rural. Case law establishes that it's a site-specific and use-specific determination made on a case-by-case basis. So there's no kind of absolute statute to look to. Staff is making kind of our best determination from what we have on the record of whether or not it's a rural or urban use. Staff summarized some of these factors above, and we included detailed findings in the staff recommendation. Ultimately, just to summarize that, we found that the proposed use would serve a primarily urban population. No need for the service was demonstrated in the rural area. The proposed use relies upon volunteers, staff, and service and essential goods and providers coming from outside of the rural area. The proposed use was not deemed to be appropriate for or limited to the needs and requirements of the Beaver Creek rural area. The proposed use was not a permitted use in the rural area of the county, and there are no other similar facilities that have been permitted on EFU zone land in the county to staff's knowledge. As such, staff concluded that the proposed use is an urban use. The applicant is asserting that the proposed use is a rural use. However, the application contained no evidence addressing consistency with Goal 14 implementing statutes and associated case law, and instead relies upon the assertion that because the property is zoned EFU and EFU is a rural zone, that the use itself is rural. As previously summarized by Martha, the reasons exception pathway is required to meet 4 criteria in A through D of the statutes. They are established in Goal 2 and ORS 197.732. Detailed criteria and requirements for meeting A through D is set up in OAR 660.004, which references use and goal-specific criteria in other sections of the OARs. You'll see referenced in our staff recommendation. The reason need requirements of A requires the applicant to establish a clear and compelling reason that the proposed use needs to be located on the subject property. For purposes of complying with A, the statutes send you to a different section if the use is urban or rural. Since the application requires both a Goal 3 and a Goal 14 exception, staff has required findings for both of these OARs. The application states that the proposed use needs a rural location. However, there's no specification as to why the use has to be located on the subject EFU zone property with agricultural resource lands in order to operate. Record demonstrates that Northwest Bible Training Center operated successfully for 25 years in the Portland metro area. Additionally, the agricultural activities described are more akin to hobby gardening and are not for-profit uses that could occur in many different zoning districts and locations in the county. There's also no market analysis provided to demonstrate that the proposed exception site is the only one within that market area which the resource depended upon, agricultural resource land in this case, can reasonably be obtained. Based on goal exception statutes and relevant case law, a simple preference for a rural area does not meet the high bar for establishing a need pursuant to the criteria above. So we tried to summarize that below. It's very complicated and we include more detail in our findings, but really the proposed use was not determined to be resource dependent on agricultural land. And so these exception criteria of A were not found to be met. The submitted application does not address the requirements of OAR 660.004.00202B and OAR 660.014.0043A. There was no analysis included in the application of the urban area, land within a UGB, or of any other rural zoning district other than Rrff5 Rural Residential Farm Forest 5. Only 3 properties were provided as examples in the submitted application, and no explanation was provided as to why the properties did not meet Northwest Bible Training Center's needs. Only a conclusion in the application that none of the survey results met the applicant's needs. As such, the criteria for the alternative area analysis in B was not met. C is the easy analysis, the environmental, economic, social, and energy consequences analysis required. So the easy analysis, the applicants provided some findings to address this, starting on page 8 of the submitted application, which is attachment A. They titled it the easy analysis, but the information provided in that section of the application did not fully address the requirements of the easy criteria in statute. The rule clearly states that the analysis needs to address whether adverse impacts are not significantly more adverse than would typically result from the same proposal being located in other areas requiring a goal exception. In an easy analysis, each of the 4 consequences needs to be addressed separately. Given that this criterion was not adequately addressed by the application, staff cannot make an affirmative determination relating to this criterion. We determined in our staff recommendation that the criteria for this analysis as required by section C was not satisfied. So D deals with compatibility. In this particular situation for the proposed use, it would involve long-term residency of up to 31 individuals, with more individuals assumed to be coming to and from the property to provide services necessary to accommodate the significant residential population. The proposed use would be out of character with the surrounding EFU zoned agricultural properties, which consist of scattered homesteads and large tracts of cultivated prime ag land. The impact that this type of residential facility could have on the adjacent agricultural farming operations is unclear, and no other similar uses exist in resource land in the county to staff's knowledge that would be comparable to this situation. The submitted application does not address consistency with OAR 660-014-0040-3C, and staff do not have enough information to find the proposal consistent with this statute. The criteria for the compatibility analysis in D were not met. So because the criteria for reasons exception in section A through D were not met by the submitted application, staff was also unable to find consistency with statewide planning goals 2, 3, and 14. There are detailed findings relating to this in the staff recommendation. Likewise, because a reasons exception was unable to be met for goal 3, statewide planning goal exception, staff could not find consistency with chapter 3 of the comprehensive plan relating to agricultural resources. As such, staff is recommending denial of the proposed comprehensive plan amendment for the reasons summarized previously. 1, 2, 3, they're highlighted. It's a reasons exception. It's unable to meet those criteria. It's inconsistent with statewide planning goals 2, 3, and 14, and it's inconsistent with comprehensive plan chapter 3. 15 public comments have been received. Many of those were included as exhibits on the staff recommendation. I think there were 3 that came in after the staff recommendation, including a comment letter from 1,000 Friends. Of the 15 public comments received, there was mixed support and opposition comments expressed. You can read through, and I'm happy to kind of answer any questions you have. It was interesting reading through some of them. There were some uses and an explanation of activities on the property of many of the letters in support that seemed maybe a little bit different than what the submitted application contained. So just to note that, and staff wanted to address that and explain that the proposed goal exceptions, the submitted application, if an exception were to be granted or approved to statewide planning goals, it would be limited to what is proposed in the submitted application, not anything else. So we're really looking at just that proposed use today. The comment letter from 1,000 Friends was in recommending support of staff's recommendation. There was a comment letter from DLCD that really just expressed that the submitted application did not meet the submittal requirements of statute for reasons exceptions. They submitted another comment letter about 20 minutes before this meeting with a clarification to one of the statute's applicability for goal 3 exception process, and also expressing their support for staff's recommendation. The community planning organization, Beaver Creek Hamlet, They did not submit a recommendation. They just presented minutes from the meeting that they held, where they discussed concerns, questions about the proposal. So that concludes staff's presentation. I just want to say that this application, the associated statutes, legal standard review is very complicated, and staff really tried to just kind of hit on the high points in our presentation, but we're available if you have questions. We can kind of dig deep and go into specific topic areas as needed. So I will stop screen sharing and turn it back over to you guys.
Thank you very, very much. We appreciate all the effort, Martha and Melissa, really good job. All right, we are at the point where, are there any questions for staff from the Planning Commission? And we have our first hand raised, and do please use the raise hand feature so I can call you in order. Murph, please.
Yeah, this is probably an oddball question, but if we approve this exception, is this business listed as a school also? Because if you read a description in what they do daily, they teach 5.5 hours a day. So would this limit other agriculture with like marijuana to neighboring businesses or neighboring plots in that area with this type of passing?
So I'll try to take a stab at that first. Staff determined based on the definition of schools that this would not meet a school. And they state in their application, while they compare it to a school, they're not claiming to be a school, is our understanding. So.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Wilson, your question, please.
I have a couple of questions. What is passive farming?
As described in the application, there's various gardening type activities, including hoop house gardening, beekeeping. There's goats and chickens. It didn't seem like there's, large scale row crop, anything like that. So it would be fairly small scale, not for profit farming, gardening activity.
So it's 7.7 acres, and it's basically, I'm looking at this as possibly trying to teach people how to farm, but not necessarily using it as a resource generating activity. So I noticed in the report there, it had a violation that was reported sometime back. That violation was for what?
It's staff's understanding the property was purchased sometime in 2018. That accessory building was approved through a building permit as a shop, accessory to the existing home on the property. That was converted by the current owner, the applicant, into a dormitory type facility with a kitchen, bathroom for multiple people, bunk bed, bedrooms. Really, as like what staff describes, kind of fits more in that congregate housing facility definition, where people are living in shared spaces but have a private bed to sleep in, and they're sharing bathroom, kitchen areas, things like that.
Okay,
so the violation consisted of that conversion and use of the property as a residential use.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Do we have any other questions from commissioners for staff? And we will have an opportunity at a later time. I see Commissioner Pack, please.
I may have missed this, but Melissa, could you just go over the religious component of the application? I thought there was a segment in there, and I don't remember if you covered it in your presentation or whether it was just included in the packet. I was a little bit confused because I've never encountered that before.
Sure. I'll give the information I have and is in the application, but ultimately that's probably a question to dig deeper with the applicant on. They've explained that they're a non-denominational, faith-based substance abuse treatment recovery farm. It seems like this program, Mission Teams, is kind of the parent organization that started in 1969, and they operate 20 of these kind of satellite faith-based substance abuse residential treatment facilities throughout the US. They all follow the same daily schedule and program. It includes Bible study. So it's clearly faith-based. What that includes beyond Bible study, I'm not exactly sure. You can ask the applicant more about that.
Very good. Before we go on to the next question, I'd like to acknowledge that Commissioner Moss is present. Thank you. Commissioner Lopes, will you, your question, please?
In follow-up to Michael's question about the passive farming, doesn't the zoning for exclusive farm use require like active farming where you actually turn a profit? I just wanted to get explanation from staff about the normal farming use for an EFU zone.
Certainly, exclusive farm use, just the zoning doesn't require you to make a profit off the property. There's a common confusion with the EFU zoning and the tax deferral status that you need, which I don't fully understand. That's a tax assessor determination of how you get the farming or agricultural tax deferring status. But just with EFU zoning, there's no requirement that you make a certain amount of money every year if you live on an EFU property. Passive farming is certainly an allowed use on EFU. The question here, what we're looking at is really everything that's going along with them doing passive farming. So.
And I had one more question on the violation order. I was looking at that, and the conclusion of it was that it was dangerous for anyone to remain in that building or use it. So that building is vacant right now?
That's my understanding. Yes, it was not built for residential use, so it has not been constructed or engineered to be safe for residential accommodation.
And so their application is not proposing use of that building?
No, they are proposing use of that building as part of the proposed use in the goal exception. They would be housing 26 people in that building. According to the building department, they would need a commercial building permit to re-engineer the building and upgrade it so that it met residential standards. That would be assuming it got approved through the land use process and received a goal exception.
Okay, thank you.
We have another question from Commissioner Wilson, please.
Yes, I want to follow on what Carrie was talking about. They have 26 people in there. What is a limitation on a piece of property that size, even in the rural area? Can you have that many people located in a building without it being some type of commercial facility or what? I mean, it's not a family residence.
Certainly, that's a question we struggled with when we were reviewing this application. First of all, the fact that the proposed use is occurring in an accessory building, residential accessory building, an accessory dwelling unit is not allowed in the exclusive farm use zone. So that would not normally be allowed in any exclusive farm use property. There is an allowance in EFU and in statute for what's called a residential treatment home, which would be a type 2 application, I believe, and it allows up to 5 people. But the proposal would not fall within that definition, and we explain that in the staff recommendation. And Martha, sorry, did you?
May I jump in also?
Yes,
This is
please.
Martha. So I think you're right. It doesn't fall under our definition of family. buildings like this, I believe, are considered commercial buildings. And so if this were to be approved, they would most certainly have to meet whatever applicable building codes would need to be met for this to be a dormitory, and it could very well be considered a commercial building. But that's the building type. I think I don't know that I would consider this a commercial use. Maybe not, but we're looking specifically at what this use is, however, whatever it's called, under the reasons exception, but just understanding that if it were approved, they would have to meet any and all applicable building codes for the buildings they're using.
Very good. Did you get your question answered, Commissioner Lopes, or did you have another one? You're on mute.
Yeah, I had another one.
Okay.
So to follow that up, the number of people, is the well and septic system going to be adequate for that number of people living there on a long-term basis?
So that's a question we had to, and we were required to look at as part of the application. You'll see that there's a authorization notice from the septic department for the proposed use. So they've deemed that with a new septic system, I can't remember if they require a new tank or just upgrades. Anyway, they've determined that it's feasible on the property to have a functional septic system to serve up to 31, and I think a bit more people. In terms of water, we reached out to the state water master. She determined that unless they're selling crops and making a profit from farming, that per state law, no water right is required, and they can use the existing well to serve that many people. In fact, she explained that there's often many more people than that can join in neighboring properties and be served by one well. So that wasn't an issue from a standpoint of just needing a water right or not. They're okay to go just with the well on the property right now.
But the septic system would have to be improved.
Yes.
So it sounds like there's quite a bit of financial outlay that if this was approved, that they would be required to upgrade that building and then the septic system. So there'd be additional construction permits needed, et cetera. Okay,
Very
thank you.
good. Thank you, Commissioner Lopes. Do we have any other questions at this time? And again, we will have an opportunity later to ask our final questions of staff. I see no other questions. Our next section, I believe it's been answered, but I'll mention it. Have we received any correspondence on this matter other than those items included in the meeting packet? And I'll add the email that we received this afternoon. Melissa, were there any other, I think you mentioned DLCD letter. Was there any other correspondence that has not gone before us other than that DLCD letter?
No, not that I'm aware of. Just the
Okay.
DLCD letter, which I already summarized. Yep.
That's very, very good. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other government agencies here to provide technical information related to this application? Are you aware of any, Melissa or Darcy? No. Okay. Very good. All right. The applicant may now present the proposal. You will have a maximum of 30 minutes. Are there any representatives? Oh, no, we'll stop right there. Yes. So now it's the applicant's presentation.
Melissa, who is your
Yes.
applicant?
It's Northwest Bible Training Center, but they have been having Les Pool operate on their behalf. And then they also have an attorney who's been a part of the application, Ray Hackey, on and off. And then it's, yeah.
Was there somebody who want brought over as well?
Susan and
I think, Darcy, it's Christopher that's here.
yeah.
I'm gonna mangle
you.
that last name. Apologies
you.
to the applicant, but
Ravidi?
he's here. And then yes, Les Poole and Ray Hackey are also both in the audience.
Okay.
Who specifically will be presenting on behalf of the applicant?
I would assume it's potentially a panel, but I think we need to bring over their consultant and their attorney for sure. So that's Les and Ray, who both have their hands up, Darcy.
Okay.
Yeah, I've
And
got
then,
them.
Okay.
They'll have 30 minutes combined, correct? That's what I thought. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was very clear.
Yeah, right. 30 minutes for the whole, right.
Thank you.
We ready
Okay.
to go?
I am. Did you want me to go first?
I'll go ahead. My name is Les Poole, and I've got a lot of experience with land use and as a property owner. It's been part of my life since I was a kid in Clackamas County. And I'm a planning commissioner, but that's in Gladstone, and certainly I'm not here representing any government agency or as a planning commissioner in any official way. I became involved in this unique application because a friend of mine who had someone go through their long-term farm recovery plan got in touch with me, and I'd helped him with some property in the past, and explained that these folks had a wonderful operation, and unfortunately after they moved in they found out that they weren't zoned for it. And I drove out there, and probably like all of you, my first thoughts were, what am I going to run into? And I didn't really see myself driving out there and seeing what I saw and determining that it was a worthy venture. And so I became involved, and I'd like to clear up a few things and give you some quick kind of back up a little bit of history. These folks definitely operated in Portland for a long time. And while they were in Portland, things changed just a little bit, like they've changed a lot. And you can imagine if they were still in Portland, the effects on their ability to operate. And being in Multnomah County, they couldn't move east, couldn't move out in the gorge. They determined that they really needed to, in order to make their highly successful program work, that they would move to Clackamas County. They would move into a rural location. And it's well documented the advantages of a rural location. Now, there's a lot been said about this building. It's been described as a barn, and it's unsafe, and it's dangerous. The applicant, Northwest Bible Training, would clearly be required to do everything to bring that building up to whatever is necessary for the use proposed. And when the applicants purchased the property, the building was there, and it was a very nice shop, 200 amp electric panel, insulated wood structure. This is not an old barn. Very nice, very nicely built, very solidly built. The previous owner built some rooms in there. I think they were used as offices. So these folks started using them for dormitory, and got ahead of themselves and started building a few more rooms out in part of this building. So by all means, the folks at Northwest Bible take responsibility. But when you hear the horror story of what went on or how we got here, I think it needs to be put in perspective. The dangerous building label came because obviously it wasn't really approved for them to be having folks there overnight. It wasn't because of ramshackle construction or some of the things that you might think of when you hear the word dangerous. So by all means, the building will be brought up to the required needs. And the total number of folks that would be approved on the property would be 31. You may end up with fewer. There's not an exact number that would necessarily be in the accessory building. Currently, the home, which it's it's an amazing residence. You heard it was built in 1910. And when you drive up, or if you look at it and see how large and spacious and how perfectly it works for these folks, it's big enough to accommodate 14 people. Certainly that's cramped, and that's not what they're hoping for. But in the end, the goal is to have a maximum of 31 folks there. And the ability of the property to handle that has been well determined. And I appreciate the questions about how much water will they use? Will the services be affected? You know, is the sewage going to work? And of course, those are very basic things one does up front. And we're confident that those issues will not be problematic. And frankly, when we think about water usage, if you're growing marijuana, and certain farm activities would far exceed the amount of water that these folks are using. So I don't want to get preoccupied with the building. I'd like to move on to the other issues. And with regard to the what is happening there, is what are these folks doing? There's something that we didn't hear. This evening, we haven't heard one thing, and that is any evidence that what they are doing has really negative impacts on the property. They are below the threshold for traffic. They're not creating smells. They don't have a pig farm even though they could raise pigs. The building setbacks and the layout of the property and the flag lot design is ideal. And if you look at the overhead map that was presented, you'll see that the long driveway, I think it's about 2 football fields long, is part of the property. And then you see there's a developed area that we saw a photo of, but nowhere in the presentation did we see a picture, I could be mistaken, of the entire lot or the area where they're farming. And yes, indeed, they are farming there. They're doing exactly what folks do on small lots. And I appreciate the clarification from the staff about profitability. By all means, the profitability of a 5-acre piece, they've got about 5 acres of actual farmland in the 7.7 acre piece. And the way to make a profit off of that is extremely limited. And so as a nonprofit, these folks are not here to make a profit. The farming is incredibly therapeutic. It has improved their program. I will not belabor or get into all of the good things about what they're doing. You'll probably hear plenty of that today. The crux of the matter is, are the impacts which were described as something that we needed to mitigate or prove in our analysis. When we're doing our reasons analysis, the impacts are so minimal that it's really hard to, in other words, we're supposed to prove that the impacts of what we're doing can be mitigated. And yet when it comes to what we're doing, we have folks living in a rural piece of property, they're farming, they're acting as very much like a family, something many of them have lacked. And they're literally healing, they're recovering. This is not in any way a medical treatment center. Some of the things that were said in the Beaver Creek forum and in the Beaver Creek comments that were taken were really far-fetched. By all means, if this was a heavy medical center, if there were violent or sexual offenders there, if this was a program that wasn't a simple, voluntary farm experience that's changing lives, it would not be operating successfully as it has been there. And they have been there for well over 2 years, 2.5 years. And in that time, I know they haven't had the police out. They haven't had They don't make noise. They're very rigid in their in the way they structure the program, and you'll hear more about that. So when it came to the EESE analysis and the goal 14, that was a tough one, and I appreciate where both of the folks that spoke on it as planners, Martha and Melissa, covered that. And the claim is that we haven't been adequate or provided enough evidence. And from our point of view, it was the most difficult analysis we could possibly do. And the reason for that is that when you start looking at what are the environmental impacts of what we're doing, well, they're truly nil. They're farming, they're living, they're meeting goal 10, the need for housing and rural property. They're healing people's lives. They're quietly operating in a manner that most folks out in Beaver Creek had no idea they were even there. This isn't a place that you all know about. We know there's some places out there in the rural part of the county where you know about that house, and this isn't one of them. So when it comes to not meeting the goal 14 requirement, the EESC analysis, when you look at the social impacts, you ask yourself, what is the value of a life saved? And you're going to hear from people who literally had their lives transformed and saved today. What dollar value can I place, or can we as an applicant place, on the tens of thousands of dollars that will not be spent housing someone, providing health care because they end up in the hospital, all of the health issues that come with folks who generally have been drinking too much or doing drugs. They want to get away from it, and they need a long-term plan. They need a long-term solution. And that's what this is. So when it comes to the impacts of what they're doing, when you make your decision and you weigh that against the lives that they're saving, it's hard to put a dollar value on that. I'd really like to address the crux of the matter, and that is the applicant specifically moved to this property. And earlier we've heard that this property needs to be, we need to provide evidence that this property or what they're doing can't be duplicated elsewhere. And there's been a lot of implications that it could be. Why not just move? And in our efforts to provide clear evidence of the ability to relocate somewhere on a piece of property that has this unique features, that is within a narrow corridor outside the growth boundary, but within reach of the urban, within reach of the services, including, fire, everything we need. And this property fit that perfectly. When we provided a couple of attempts to provide comparables or examples of locations, you heard that we offered some Rrff5 locations. The reason we did that is all we found. Off and on for months, we have searched and looked, and finding a 5-acre minimum piece of property that you can farm on, that is set back and isolated from the neighbors, that is able to serve the local Molalla, Estacada, Beaver Creek, and Outer Oregon City area primarily, this met that perfectly. The configuration of the property is very, very unique in that on a dead-end road such as it is, that provides an extra sense of safety and security for the residents. Unfortunately, with Zoom, we're unable to present video, we weren't able to present images, and yet we've all seen a video, or I mean, it should slide presentation. Is there a possibility some of those slides could be pulled up? Would that be too difficult? Sounds like it.
I think, Melissa, you could pull up
Well,
some of
one
those.
of them was an
slides.
image of about 2/3 of the way through that showed rural and urban, and there was a couple of images there. And the image of whether or not this is an urban use or a rural use, one image showed rural use, which looks very much like this property, and the urban use in that image, in that slide, certainly showed the true urban Portland and city life. So it's very difficult to argue the goal 14 aspect because we're getting mixed messages. And I just hope that folks understand that we don't believe that what we're doing is an urban use. And the reason we don't believe that is that we are providing a farming, rural, quiet experience that if you look at the criteria that was presented, are we taxing? Do we have an impact on services? We're basically self-contained, own well, own septic. Are we using excessive amounts of electricity? Do we have a lot of deliveries? Do we have any overnight visitors? Do we have folks there after 10 o'clock at night? I can assure the answer is no. No, this is a very quiet rural use. And I'm not sure how many of the planning commissioners had a chance to visit the location or look at it, but had you done so, you'd probably appreciate the uniqueness and proximity from the neighbors and the features of the property and its very unique location. Again, we were hard pressed to find anything in terms of a reasonable, comparable property. And you may hear, I'll wrap up here real soon, but you may hear that fears that, well, if you allow this, you're going to open the barn door and they're going to be everywhere. This is a unique complementary program, a long-term program that isn't easily duplicated and requires a very specialized background and involvement. So I want to make it very clear that we are talking about a piece of property, 5-acre minimum for what they need, but under 10 acres. The neighbor's property is EFU 55 acres. These folks wouldn't dream of taking that on or asking to do basic what they're doing or on that kind of a piece of property. So only a small piece of property would suit the need. And this has been ideal. I'm sure there are other questions and concerns. I want to turn it over here to my associate. We only have so much time to present. I'll just close with this. We've looked at all of this analysis, and we've heard a lot of things about what this operation is, and it's very important that you know what they do and who they are, and that you're comfortable that the applicant is an honorable, very well-established entity, and that if allowed to continue, they will not be significantly impacted financially. They will not be in a situation where lives will be put on hold. They are willing to invest some money into the property to make it work because it really is that ideal. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Poole.
Poole,
And that was, excuse me, go ahead.
Mr. Poole, I have a couple of questions here.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wilson, they have 30 minutes to do their presentation. Then we could ask questions. I'm sorry. Could you please hold until Mr. Hack completes their 10 minutes and then we could ask questions, please?
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Wilson. Is it Mr. Hack that will be speaking, please?
It's Hacky, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry, Hacky. Sorry.
All right, thank you. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Ray Hackey. I'm an attorney with the Pacific Justice Institute. We're a nonprofit law firm that is devoted to defending religious liberty, including the right to exercise religious freedom in the context of land use. I'd like to begin, before I begin into discussing some of the legal aspects of this case, by sharing a Bible verse with you. One which many of you, if not all of you, are probably already familiar. Many of you have probably heard the Lord's Prayer, which states, "Lead us not into temptation." In fact, James 4:7 says, "Therefore submit to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you." Basically, in the case of NWBTC, the Northwest Bible Training Center, temptation came to their doorstep. These are people who were recovering from drug and alcohol addiction. There was a bar like across the street. There was a marijuana dispensary next door. They needed to get away from places that would cause them to fall into addiction and cause them to stumble. They went to a place that was, as far away from that as possible, yet still close enough that they could, access emergency services if needed, get rides into town, if they need it, and that sort of thing. Now that I've said that, I'd like to take this opportunity to speak to you about a couple of different aspects of both state and federal law. The first of those is state law, and that is Oregon Revised Statute Section 215.283. Now, ORS 215.283 delineates several non-farm uses that are permitted in zones devoted to exclusive farm use. These non-farm uses include churches, that's under subsection 1A, residential homes, which include facilities for inpatient drug and alcohol treatment, room and board arrangements for a maximum of 5 unrelated persons, public or private schools for kindergarten through grade 12, including all buildings essential to the operation of a school, primarily for the residents of the rural area in which the school is located. Now, Northwest Bible Training Center's proposed use of the property admittedly does not fit neatly into any of these categories. However, the proposed use bears features inherent in all of them. NWBTC uses its property like a church, that is, to carry out a religious mission. NWBTC is not, in fact, a church. For one thing, ORS 215.441 defines churches and other religious assemblies as non-residential places of worship, and NWBTC's ministry has a residential component. Furthermore, unlike churches, NWBTC is not open to the public. The county will not see traffic increase on lightly traveled Bloom Road as worshipers travel to the property for non-existent Sunday or midweek services. Nor will the county ever see a parking lot full of cars on the property, except for one day a year when NWBTC holds its annual graduation. The only people using the property are its occupants, who live there as they either receive guidance in pursuit of freedom from drug or alcohol addiction, or in the case of NWBTC's staff, provide such guidance. NWBTC provides individuals with drug or alcohol dependence residential care and treatment in one or more buildings on the property. In that case, it bears a resemblance to a residential home. NWBTC provides room and board arrangements for at least 5 unrelated persons. And NWBTC uses the property like a school, devoting up to 5.5 hours per day to Bible study. Now, as I mentioned before, ORS 215.283, subsection 2AA, permits private elementary and secondary schools to have all buildings essential to the operation of a school. Such buildings may include dormitories or other sleeping quarters, which are commonly found in schools in rural communities. Schools are permitted on land zoned EFU. Ms. Ahrens referred to case law. I refer you to the case of Kirpal Light Satsang versus Douglas County. You can find that at 96 or app 207. NWBTC essentially uses its property like a boarding school, except it's for adults rather than children. In addition, as stated supra, NWBTC does use its property, at least to some degree, for farming. I'm fairly certain that farming is allowed in areas zoned for exclusive farm use. And Oregon's Occupational Safety and Health Administration recognizes that farms, larger ones in particular, frequently have bunkhouses for the laborers they employ. Essentially, the residents of NWBTC's property they are to a degree laborers. And if you talk about a need and the way it serves the community, the farming they do is not just for themselves. They do serve a lot of ministries in the community that provide food to the hungry and the poor and homeless and things of that nature. So the county, if it needs to fall back on something, it can treat NWBTC's property as just another farm that has housing for those who serve it. The other law I wish to talk about is RLUIPA, the Federal Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. Now I kind of want to talk about that on two separate grounds. There are two components to that act. First is land use, which is primarily the thing we're talking about here, because it protects. RLUIPA explicitly protects the use, building, or conversion of real property for the purpose of religious exercise. And religious exercise is defined as broadly as possible. The treatment that NWBTC provides to drug and alcohol addicts is religiously based and is thus a protected form of religious exercise. As for the institutionalized persons aspect, Congress recognized in enacting RLUIPA that religion can play a very big role in the rehabilitation of persons. And that's one of the reasons why it protected religious freedom for prisoners in state and federal institutions. So now some of these people who come to NWBTC's property are ex-convicts, some are not. But the fact is, it's been proven that religion can play an a huge role in rehabilitating people who seek freedom from addiction from alcohol or drug use. In fact, that's a major component of Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, and other related addiction recovery. So now under Article 6, Section 2, or Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution, otherwise known as the Supremacy Clause, Oregon counties lack authority to deny proposed land uses based on state law, or doing so would conflict with RLUIPA. Okay, under the Supremacy Clause, any state law, however clearly within a state's acknowledged power, which interferes with or is contrary to federal law, must yield. Ergo, generally speaking, pursuant to the Supremacy Clause, the county code, as well as any state administrative regulations or statutes, must yield to RLUIPA where the two conflict, meaning RLUIPA gives the county a pathway to allow NWBTC to use its property to carry out its religious mission. RLUIPA requires the county to protect the free exercise of religion to the maximum extent permitted by both RLUIPA itself and the United States Constitution. And I strongly recommend that you keep that in mind when making your decision. Under RLUIPA, the county may only substantially burden the free exercise of religion where it has a compelling interest in doing so. Even then, the county may not burden religious exercise more than is necessary to serve that interest. Now the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, whose decisions are binding on Oregon and its member counties, has declared that there is no compelling interest, government interest, in preserving farmland, even what Oregon has deemed high-value farmland for farm use. If you want a case citation, I recommend Guru Nanak Sikh Society versus County of Sutter, 456 F3rd 978, pinpoint site 992. In fact, both Guru Nanak, which concerned a Sikh congregation that wanted to establish a temple in an agricultural zone, and International Church of the Foursquare Gospel versus City of San Leandro, in which the church sought to move to a more suitable location in an industrial zone, both stand for the proposition that a county cannot exclude religious land uses from a particular zone entirely. So, furthermore, under RLUPA, no government shall impose or implement a land use regulation in a manner that treats a religious assembly or institution on less than equal terms with a non-religious assembly or institution. A government violates the equal terms provision of RLUPA when the church is treated on a less than equal basis with a secular comparator similarly situated with respect to an accepted zoning criteria. Oregon law, as I've mentioned earlier, when I was discussing ORS 215.283, Oregon law allows a number of non-religious uses in areas zoned for exclusive farm use that are similar to NWBTC's proposed use for its property. One other thing I'd like to share with you is that you don't need to wait for a federal to be sued under RLUPA to follow it. You can follow it from the outset and save yourself the trouble. There is a case that confirms this. It's from out of our jurisdiction. It's called Mintz versus Roman Catholic Bishop, 424 F sub 2nd 309. This is a case involving a Catholic diocese in a Massachusetts town that wanted to construct a new parish center in an area zoned for residential use. It didn't conform to a local zoning bylaw restricting religious buildings from occupying no more than 4% of the property of which they sat. But basically, the local commission held that RLUPA said that basically there was no compelling interest in enforcing that law, and that RLUPA trumped it. And so, I would ask that you come to that conclusion here. And so that concludes, my statement concerning the legal issues, and I will pass this on to the members of NWBTC who wish to share personal stories of recovery that should, help sway the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hackey. Commissioner Wilson, thank you again for being patient with your question. I'll go ahead and call on your question first. Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, yeah, I have a couple of questions for Mr. Poole, and then I have a couple of questions for Mr. Hackey. Mr. Poole, you say you're a planning commissioner. How long have you been involved with this operation?
I made it clear that I have planning experience and I'm a planning commissioner in Gladstone, but that is not related to this. I met these folks in the middle of 2019. And so I've been involved, off and on. And part of the reason this process has gone on this long, of course, has been, I don't need to remind everyone that we had the COVID shutdown, the planning shut down, the smoke and the fires, and goodness gracious, everybody knows what we went through. So yeah, it has, it took a long time to get to the point where we are now. Sorry if my answer was a little long there.
Okay, I understand. You did mention in your comments the term marijuana and the possibility of growing that. I didn't understand that. Was I mistaken in that? But these are adults that have addiction problems.
I apologize if I confused you. What I was stating was that when you've got about 5 acres of arable or farmable land, it's very, very difficult to make a profit on it. And of course, these folks aren't here to make a profit. This is a nonprofit organization. But I mentioned that the marijuana is one of the ways folks are trying to make money off of small lots. That is the last thing that these folks would be involved in or want to even be around.
Okay, good. Now, what is the goal of farming in reducing addiction? I can understand some of the other approaches to it, but how does farming affect a reduction in addiction?
Well, perfect question. I think some of the folks that will speak about their own experience could answer that as well as I could, and that is, we have folks that have been in the trappings of their life, you know, and they've gotten off course, and their gateway drug is typically alcohol. But no matter how they got there, when they come to the farm for the first time, for so many of them, at least, from what I've seen, they're growing something, they're nurturing something, they're working the land, they're getting their hands dirty in a good way, and they've got some animals there, and just growing the crops, having those animals there, and having that experience, it brings it back to where they were when they got lost. And I think you're going to hear more about it. It has an incredible effect on their psyche. And of course, the quietness and the calm at night and the beautiful views are something that they're not used to. So it really does have quite an effect. And I'm sure you're going to hear more.
Okay, do you have any idea what the success rate is for this facility?
It's quite high, and I think if Chris Prevetti, the director, could maybe answer that. I think he's in here somewhere.
Okay.
But they do have a very high success rate.
You also mentioned in what you were saying, when you were looking for other property, you said something about reasonable property. What does that term mean to you or for this facility when you say reasonable property?
Oh, something that would be in the proximity where they are, that would be the right size. As I mentioned earlier, if these folks were trying to do this on a 30, 50, 40, 60 acre piece of property, that would not be appropriate, because this is a more of a small, I guess you'd call a residential farm. And to clarify something, you know, when you talk about passive farming, that's typical family farming activities, the kind of things that were described earlier. In other words, not a big commercial operation of any stretch, but not just a garden. I saw what they were doing is described as just a garden, and they're certainly doing more than that.
Well, I've been associated with operations that have worked with people that have been addicted, and some of these were not necessarily having to be close to a city or what have you, because they were trying to control the input of other people into fixing or correcting the addiction problem. Why does this facility have to be so close to, say, like Portland or some of the other metropolitan areas? Why couldn't it be further out?
Well, I think you're confusing it with maybe a correctional facility. These folks are volunteers. A lot of them are your neighbors, and so certainly the county has a need that is growing. So as far as you move further away, there's a point where you're going to get too far away from fire protection. You're going to start getting into bigger and bigger lots that, regardless of how they're zoned, we're not running any kind of a dude ranch or an overnight type of facility. So the amount of, the distance from town is actually ideal. they're far enough away to where we're outside of the growth boundary where there can be permanency. And yet we're not a prohibitive distance away for them to be able to easily do their shopping and take care of their needs.
So they're not going to be restricted to the facility. They're going to have free access to move about.
I will be careful how I speak to that, but first of all, they're there voluntarily. These are not patients. These are not folks that sometimes like the government facility where they have to take everyone. There's a criteria that they have to meet to move there, and they spend their time on the property. They love it there. They're healing. They don't have their own vehicle. No one shows up with a car. No one's coming and going. They have a strict evening lights out. So they run a tight ship here, and we're not dealing with folks that are there because they're being punished necessarily. They're there because they're voluntarily see this as a way to heal. And more of the details of that, I think, can come from the director and some of the folks that will speak, I think, after me.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is these residents will not be allowed to have vehicles, and so there will be no parking requirement for them.
Yeah, that is true. And of course, the folks that own the property have got, vehicles by all means. But yeah, this is not a place where the residents are just coming and going willy-nilly. And none of them, again, drives out there and has their own car out there.
Okay, well, I guess my other questions have to do with the attorney, Ray.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ray, Hackey, is that the way to pronounce your last name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the average length of stay for a resident?
To the best of my knowledge, around 8 to 10 months.
8 to 10 months, okay. Is the operation of a farm addiction recovery facility a violation of religious rights?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, I mean, you spoke about religious rights, and you kind of incorporated the operation of a farm, which what these residents would be doing as being a religious right. And I wanted to understand, is that a violation of religious rights if we don't allow them to do that?
I think if you look at if you look at the overall operation, okay, farming is a part of what they do. Farming is a part of what teaches them about, the Christian work ethic, giving your best, taking care of something, having responsibility. Farming is just kind of a vehicle to kind of instill Christian principles, kind of the way like certain sports leagues use sports. I'm a coach in a basketball league through my church that uses sports to instill Christian principles.
Well, Mr. Hackey, I was raised on a farm, and it wasn't a religious operation for me. We did go to church, but the being raised on the farm was not a part of my religion.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but the fact of the matter is farming is just one tool of many that they use, including Bible studies, and it's a way to teach and instill Christian principles. It's a vehicle like anything else. There are lots of Christian activity organizations. Farming is just what they choose to do, and they do that in a way that they demonstrate charity. They love their neighbor by producing fruits and vegetables and and eggs and things that they give to food pantries so that they can help feed the poor and that sort of thing. So they do use farming as a vehicle for religion. And I refer you to our LUPA which defines religious exercise as broadly as possible, and that includes farming.
Well, being very broad about that, I believe that recovery operations can be accomplished without a religious operation. It's not a requirement.
You may be right, but this is what they do. That is, they've incorporated that into what they're doing. Okay, some other organizations may choose to take a different route, but they've chosen to take farming and make that a part of what they are doing, as far as teaching people how to be responsible. I mean, if you're taking care of an animal, you're talking about a living creature here, that whose life or death depends on people being able to feed it and to clean out its pen, to make sure that it's that nobody is demonstrating cruelty to it. When it comes to farming, I mean, that there are learning how to plant and how to water and how to monitor and when to pluck. I mean, there are certain, it's all about discipline, and discipline is a very big part of the Christian faith. And so they're using farming, which, you have to be very, very disciplined to be a farmer, to instill that form of discipline.
Well, I certainly understand discipline, and I've seen a number of my fellow veterans recover from just having a service dog. So having a farm, I don't think is really a super requirement for it, because you can get a service dog and accomplish the same thing. I really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Commissioner Wilson, and thank you for those answers. Our next commissioner's questions will be from Commissioner Peterson.
Hi. First of all, I want to applaud what NWBCC is doing. I have absolutely no problems with what their mission is, what they're trying to accomplish, how they go about trying to accomplish it. I think it's a great program. My concerns, however, is I'm only being asked to look at it from a land use perspective. And so my questions are all around land use issues. You don't need to sell me the merits on your program. I think it's great. I think the fundamental question that we're wrestling with, does the current land use laws as they're written and as complicated as they are, because we've encountered similar situations like that where it was almost impossible to justify given way the land use laws are written. So I'm looking at it from that perspective. So having said that, I have a couple of questions for both of you. One of them was, you made a comment about why they couldn't move into East County, Multnomah County. Could you expand upon what specifically it was about Multnomah County that wouldn't allow them to move or purchase property there that they could do in Clackamas County? I'd like to understand that a little better.
Sure. Am I on?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't muted. A couple of things. One is if you're familiar with Multnomah County, it's all growth boundary. It's all being developed all the way to the Sandy River to the east. And that's where you meet the gorge and the scenic area. And so for them to find a property like this in that rural part of the county was just totally impractical. And the cost of housing and growth, in other words, these folks were looking for permanency. And if you look at the population growth in Multnomah County and the infill that's occurring and the cost to survive there, literally the cost to for them to operate there was going up and up and up. So moving in now, if you look at the other side of Multnomah County, of course, you get into Northwest Portland, you get into the West Hills, you get into downtown. So when you look at Multnomah County, the opportunity for them to stay there was really non-existent.
Okay, so when they chose to Clackamas County, did they do any research in advance of what potential zoning issues they might encounter before they purchased this land and proceeded with this to proceeded with their mission?
Yeah, I can't speak for everything that occurred, but when they purchased the farmland, they certainly weren't aware that years ago, the legislature had passed a law that said you could not have, you couldn't do this on, EFU, but so I'm not real sure about the research and that. But certainly the property and what they were doing and their intent, I know you're not questioning it, but was certainly pure. I couldn't tell you anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure their intent was pure. I'm not disputing that. I'm just trying to understand how we got in this pickle where it's been developed and now we're trying to get it rezoned after the fact.
Yeah, first of all, the word developed, hopefully I didn't cut you off there.
That's fine.
Yeah, the property,
choice of words.
yeah, the property was already developed. In other words, the buildings were there, and this accessory building, if you haven't seen it, again, this is not a barn, this is not an old pole barn. This is a very heavily made wood frame, ideal building for their uses. There's no doubt in my mind, looking at the architectural engineering that went into it, that it could accommodate the intended use in terms of being able to be structurally sound and being capable of being upgraded for what they want to do. And so there was some uniqueness about the buildings and the potential capacity there, which was ideal for them in terms of the number of folks they were hoping for.
Okay. So they were unaware of building permits and building code issues as well?
No, I'll back up. When they purchased the property, there were 2 or 3 building permits that had been taken out by the previous owner, and they had licensed contractors do the work. And the permits, inspections had never been done, so the permits expired. So one of the violations these folks at Northwest Bible were, I'll say, accused of was doing work without permits. Well, most of that was done, almost all of it was done by the previous owner. And I'm not here to put it off on them, but I just want to explain that the building has great potential. It's very unique, and that yes, indeed, they inherited some issues here. The EFU zoning was overlooked, and to
yeah, I get that. I guess so. So what you're telling me then is the previous permit that they had expired was going to allow them to convert that into a dormitory?
No, there was work done. That building was upgraded. And when it was upgraded in 2013, permits were pulled. And so, they put in the big electric panel, 200 amp electric panel, and plumbing. They put in the toilets and things of that nature initially. And then these folks did some work as well. So obviously all of that would be remedied with an approval. The building would absolutely be brought up to exactly what it needs, even if it needs sprinklers.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question. I just want to understand that, is it the LUBA is the term you refer to, Mr. Hackey?
Or LUPA, yes,
LUPA,
the Religious
LUPA.
Land Use and Institutionalized.
Yeah,
Persons.
okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying under LUPA, they are exempt from any state land use regulations that would prohibit them from doing what they want to do. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not entirely. I mean, there has to be a compelling interest, and it has to be narrowly tailored. In other words, it cannot restrict free exercise of religion any more than is necessary. And so, any So any law that, you know, conflicts with RLUIPA and doesn't allow them to exercise the free exercise of religion to the maximum extent permitted by the US Constitution and RLUIPA itself, must yield to RLUIPA unless there's a substantial compelling government interest. And when it comes to just, you know, preserving farmland for farmland, that in and of itself is not a compelling interest.
Okay, I get that. So then, would you say then that the land use processes that the state have adopted, that the planning staff have to adhere to make their assessment, are exempt from this because they are creating, they're preventing religious freedom?
I'm saying they need to factor RLUIPA into their thought processes. And I think they need to, so, I mean, certainly if there are any compelling interests that would keep, you know, then certainly they need to think about that, whatever the compelling interest is. But, you know, I have not heard the county assert one compelling interest here that merits keeping NWBTC from operating where it's at.
Could I step in here real quick?
Oh, sure.
Okay. A compelling interest would be to protect the neighbors. That would be a compelling interest. And again, this is a very unique situation because in spite of all of the legalities, which I'm not dismissing, the applicant is using the property and conducting activities that are allowed there, and they are not creating impacts that would compel the government or the county to say, no, you can't do this because you're making too much noise, or you're conducting church activities where you got 60 people there, or a variety of other things, chanting at midnight, who knows? But again, if you look at the actual, if we didn't have this EFU issue, and again, I'm not trying to push it aside, but I'm trying to separate the two. When you look at what they're doing and the impacts, they are negligible. I've never been involved in any kind of a special use or a conditional use or unique application where it was so complex, but yet the actual impacts of what they were doing and the benefits of what they were doing were rather, the impacts to the neighborhood are just really, really minimal. And it's a compatible use what they're doing, even if it's technically not, you know, allowed in the zone.
And if I may add to what Les just said, if you look at ORS 215.283, churches are allowed in areas zoned for exclusive farm use. Schools, including boarding schools and their attendant dormitories, are allowed in areas zoned for exclusive farm use. Residential homes for people recovering from addiction are allowed in areas zoned for exclusive farm use. So even Oregon's own laws indicate that there is no compelling interest in keeping a place like NWBTC from operating in its current location. There is no compelling interest here.
Okay. Thank you. I've asked enough. There's lots of other people who want to ask questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, very much. Commissioner Murphy, you're up.
Thank you, Tammy.
You're welcome.
Oh, there he is. Kind of moving around.
Thank you, Mr. Poole, for showing up. I hear you quite often while I watch the business meetings. I know you attend those very often. I'm glad you showed up to one of our meetings. I have a few questions here. First off, what is the name of the business again?
They're the Northwest Bible Training Center. Yeah, and they solely own the building. In other words, they own all the property outright. Northwest Bible Training Center.
Okay, so when I go to the Secretary of State and look it up, it comes up that they have not renewed their name. So they have a failure to renew of 9/2/21. When I go to the application for at the Secretary of State's site, the original application that's been dated March 8th, 2019, Northwest Bible Training Center. It uses the address 23172 South Bloom Road. Excuse me. It says description of the business. There isn't any. So what is it? I go over to, I look up Mission Teens Incorporated. Okay, they say they have a religious type of business. Foreign nonprofit is how they're listed. And they use the address 23172 South Bloom Road. So I'm a little confused what's going on here. What business is it that's running there?
Well,
I can
first
answer
of all,
that.
Mr. Murphy, if I may say so, it's not a business.
It is not a business. Okay, so Mission Teens Incorporated is not a business. It's a
It is more like, it is more akin to a ministry.
Okay. Number two, I applaud you guys for coming with this because our planning commission has been looking for solutions for homeless. And this is a key. If you can pass this land use issue, we found a key to homelessness. Because how many people out there are looked at as drug addicts and mentally ill? This is a solution. I applaud you because this takes courage to come forward with this. And I want to see this move. But we have a land use issue that we have to prove. And I see our state goals. I've been studying them for the last 3 days on this subject. I see issues. So I applaud you for coming because this gives us ideas to work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Pasco?
Sorry, there we go. So I'll say off the bat that this may or may not be a question that you all want to answer. It sounds like you have some other folks coming to testify. So you'll feel free to answer it or feel free to defer it. I just want to make sure I kind of get the question out there and get the information. And I'm interested in learning a little more about who the participants of your program are and how they're selected and how they find out about you, how you advertise your services to your target audience. If you could, at some point in the evening, fill me in a little more about that, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, by all means. And I don't want to get out of order here, but the director, Chris Pravetti, is on the call. And I'm not sure whether he could speak to that or whether he's allowed to speak later, but you'll certainly get that answers and input on that.
I can answer that right now if you can hear me.
Mr. Pravetti, will you be providing testimony later? We can either ask our questions of you then, or were you here in the capacity of just answering our questions?
I will share a little bit of testimony later. Do you want me to wait till then?
No, if you can certainly address Commissioner Pasco's question, I think we'd all be eager to hear that.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
I'm sorry, Chair Stevens, he's actually part of the applicant's team. So,
Oh, thank you. Thank
Right.
you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Mr. Pravetti.
Okay. I actually found out about Northwest Bible Training Center online. I had looked up the Mission Teens program and it gave me the list of the 20 centers. And that's where I came in years ago. But it's a very strict application process. Mr. Poole said, we don't take any violent offenders or anyone with sexual crimes. And that's just policy that Mission Teens in general has. Arsonists, things like that. It's strict. But there's no advertising really done. It's through the local churches in the area. We work with about, I would say about a dozen churches in Clackamas County and Multnomah counties where, me and my guys will go, we'll share our testimony. We'll talk about the addictions that have been broken off us and that we're free. And we let their congregations know that we don't charge anyone a dime for being here, that this is 8 months where you live rent-free, you eat for free. We don't charge your insurance. None of my staff gets paid a dime either. And we just want to help the community.
And I know that doesn't always isn't written in any ZDO, but I think it's something we could work past. Yeah.
And so, thank you for that. I appreciate it. So what, are you bringing people from around the state, around the metro area, specifically in a particular area? Can you give me?
Most of our applicants are from the state of Oregon. Yeah,
Okay.
almost all. And I would say we've been out in Beaver Creek over 3 years. Most of the guys that I work with now are from Malala, Beaver Creek, Oregon City. Yeah, I mean, I know that county planning has said that there's no need for our services in rural area, but I'm here to say there is. And most people know that drugs aren't limited to the urban growth boundary. So, I mean, I have a guy here who's done horseshoes in Malala for 30 years. I have farmers. I have people whose lives have just taken a turn they didn't expect.
Thank you. That's exactly the information I was looking for. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Pasco, Mr. Pravetti. We have another question here from Commissioner Wilson.
Yes. I guess this is Pravetti. Is that the way you pronounce your name?
Yeah, Pravetti. That's Italian.
Pravetti. You're a 501c type operation?
Yes, nonprofit.
A 50C what? 3, 19, 17, what?
What? 501c3.
501c3. So that's a type of educational facility?
Oh, we're a religious nonprofit.
Okay. And you have filed a 990 lately?
I'd have to check that for you.
Pardon me?
I would have to check on that for you.
Okay, so if you file a 990, we can go online and find your report to the IRS. Is that correct?
You should. We're tax exempt, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Who do you get your funding from? Is it donations, or do you have some type of a corporate operation?
Mission Teens Incorporated is our corporate office, but we receive no funding from them. We receive no government funding. All of our money that we have comes from the local churches that I spoke of earlier, and a lot of people who are sensitive to what we do, who love what we do. I've had people, so many people have come through here and their lives are completely changed that when they go back out into the world, they decide to support the center that helped them. And that's where a lot of the funding comes from, is people giving back to what helped them.
Okay, so your typical resident that comes into your facility, is this a person that's employed or has been employed, or is this person a homeless type person?
There's a broad spectrum. Usually I've had people who have had to leave their jobs in order to come here because life was going so bad for them. A lot of people who had recently lost their jobs or going through a divorce or lost a child, and their drinking or drug use has gotten out of control. It's all over the spectrum, but and we've had a couple of people who were homeless and had been homeless for a good amount of time, and we're finally ready to make a change.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, commissioners, everyone. Any final questions at this time for the applicant? And I do believe there may be an opportunity later during a rebuttal to ask some final questions. All right. Thank you again. We are going to move on to, are there any representatives of the community planning organization? That would be the Hamlet of Beaver Creek here to speak. I'm not seeing anyone in the attendee list, but if you're out there, please raise your hand, and that is representing the CPO. Okay, I didn't think so. All right. We are now going to take testimony from those in favor. So those to speak in favor of the application. I have a suspicion there'll be several, and that's wonderful. So we're going to have to limit to 3 minutes. I hate to say that because I'm sure there are some wonderful stories out there, but if you can compress that to 3 minutes, if it runs a little bit over, we're not going to cut you off, but we will give you a warning, you know, please wrap it up. So Darcy, can you give me a hand with that and just maybe do a raise hand or something so I can see our time is up and then I can say something? That would be great. So shall we ask from our attendees to raise your hand if you would like to provide testimony. And again, this would be in favor of this application. Our first hand raised is Angel and Trevor Stempert. And I'm going to apologize. Go ahead.
Sorry, Commissioner Stevens. If we're going to go in order of hands raised, the first person would be Rose, followed by Angel and Trevor Stempert.
Oh, okay. Oh, I had scrolled down too far. I apologize. Thank you so much, Darcy. Okay, and if you want to handle the announcing of them as they come on, that would be even better. So if you want to bring Rose over, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Rose. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rose Brown Antoinez, and in 2006, I went to Northwest Bible Training Center, and that was, so 2006, that was 15 years ago. I was addicted to meth. I was in and out of jail, and I was getting ready to go to prison. And I had 3 kids by 3 different men. I was just, you know, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but you see someone, they're always in trouble. They always have drama in their life. There's always like my mom had to deal with paying for so much help for me. And then finally, I hit rock bottom. I lost my job for the 7th time, getting fired 7 times. I lost my kids. I lost my house. I lost my home. I lost everything. And then I went to Northwest Bible Training Center, and I'm thinking, I came from Warm Springs, Oregon, so I'm from a reservation. All of my family, you see my whole line of ancestors, they're all lined up, they're all in the grave, and they all died from alcoholism. So that's the kind of thought that I had, that that's probably where I was going to be. And then I go to Northwest Bible Training Center. I am not kidding. I fell head over heels in love with Jesus. And someone asked if that's like a school. We had different teachers that come in and they talk about Jesus and they talk about the Bible. And I don't, to be honest, in the beginning, I didn't really care about what the Bible said, but I didn't want to go back to Warm Springs as an addict. And when the office would talk to me about the safety of being there at the mission, that if they get any trouble out of me, they're going to send me back to jail and all these different things. I remember asking them, what would you like me to do? I've been like this all my life. What would you like me to do? And they said, pray. And I remember feeling so angry because how can I just pray and then not be the way that I am? But when you're desperate, you will do whatever it takes. Doesn't matter what it is. So I started praying and I started reading the Bible. When you get in trouble or you do something wrong in the Northwest Bible Training Center, you write chapters out of the Bible. And a lot of times I would end up writing James chapter 3, and that's all about your mouth. And I remember just going through the mission, which is 8 to 10 months, going through the mission, and I would gossip and I would lie and I would cause drama and I would do all these different things. But as you have to write James 3 over and over, all of a sudden I would go to speak badly about somebody, and then James 3 would like convict my heart. And instead of continuing to go, I would end up closing my mouth. And little bit by little bit, the inside of me started changing. It wasn't a change from the outside in where you put on something pretty, but you're still the same person on the inside. The change came from the inside. I started feeling convicted about the way that I was living. And I got so hungry for what was changing me that I began to read the Bible so much. Like I remember being at the store, someone wouldn't have a price on their bread. They would do a price check. I would whip out my Bible and read all that I could read. And then just because I have 3 minutes, I graduated the program. I ended up staying. I got my 3 kids back. I end up going to college. I end up getting my driver's license at the mission. I end up, now I work in the hospital. I end up getting a big award, the Emily Values in Action Award at Providence. Providence paid for another license for me. And this is 15 years later. My life isn't changed just for one day, 1 month, 1 year. For the rest of my life is stay close to God. I now am changed. I recently went to Greece to help with refugees, and I turn around to help other people. And I know how it is to be homeless and to be on the streets and to have no hope. And so what God has done in my life and what God is doing at Northwest Bible Training Center, I'm pleading with you to understand that Beaver Creek needs that place to be there. And thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. Thank you, Rose. We'll bring on Angel and Trevor Stempert.
Hello.
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. I love you. I actually have known Rose for a really long time because of this program. And it just goes to show that, you know, we have made a family out of the people that we meet through this program. And, you know, there are many pathways to recovery, and there is not one way that works for each individual person. You know, some people use NA or AA, some people use service animals, some people use exercise, and then some people like me need Jesus to change their lives for the better. And, you know, that's what I needed. I needed Jesus. I struggled with drugs and alcohol for over 14 years and even fell into prostitution in the middle of it. I didn't have any money, and I didn't think I would ever find help because it costs thousands and thousands of dollars to get into most treatment facilities. I not only chose NWBTC because it was free, but I chose it because I knew I needed to do something drastically different than what I was doing. To be able to completely remove myself from where I was and what I was involved with was what I needed to get and stay sober. Because of this place and the tools they use to help people who struggle with substance use disorders, I'm now able to live my life abundantly and full of purpose and have a relationship with Jesus Christ that sustains me no matter what happens. I now live a life knowing that because of my relationship with Jesus, I am always in the presence of love from him. I know in my heart that I wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for NWBTC and the program they have put in place to help others like me. I was able to learn how to be responsible. I was able to find and create structure in my life. I was able to create healthy habits in my life that no longer included drugs and alcohol. I have made lifelong friendships, and I am the happiest I have ever been in my life because of NWBTC, and even identify NWBTC as a part of my family. When I left there, I was compelled to go back to school even, and I'm now getting my master's to be a school counselor and actually work at the only recovery high school in Oregon called Harmony Academy, and can now say that I am a happy and successful person because of the love I have for Jesus and other people. And my husband actually also went through the program, and it's really amazing to be surrounded by people who have just gone through the same things that I have gone through.
Yeah, hi, and this is Trevor Stempert. You know, I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what Angel was saying, and just not so much give a testimony aside from just introduce myself by saying I have been clean and sober from drugs and alcohol for somewhere around 7 to 8 years. I don't count, and I say that because not everybody does recovery the same way. And I say that because just as, some former veterans, they need service animals or whatever it may be to, help them. Some people in, recovery, they need other things, whether it may be farming or other therapeutic activities. Me and specifically needed Jesus. And I think that, a place like Northwest Bible Training Center does a lot of really unique and amazing things for people that I can, specifically say that I've gotten to benefit from. Even as far as it goes from, it's just amazing how it's self-sustained. I know that specifically my family, who had seen me flourish after a time in turmoil, they now give weekly, or whether it be monthly, through money donations. And so really, I say that to say that there really is no place like Northwest Bible Training Center, and for what they have done for me, for what they've done for my wife, and for what they're going to be doing for other people as well too. Even after going there to see the new location, it was amazing. The first thing that came into my head as soon as we were pulling up the driveway was, wow, imagine how many people that we've seen go through there would have benefited from a place like this. So just I hope that might resonate with someone of just the individual lives that would be affected and benefited from this beautiful place. So yeah, that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Appreciate your testimony. All right. Oh, Christopher, wonderful. Come on back.
Is he testifying on, he's the applicant, isn't he?
I believe he's giving testimony in favor as well, is what he said.
Okay.
Is that fine, Jennifer and Darcy?
It's up to
I think
Jennifer.
it's fine in this case because it wasn't really clear that he was part of the applicant's panel, but I think he would be subject to the same time limit as anyone else.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so we will have Christopher Privetti, and then followed by Zeth Nelson, followed by Jerry Wagner.
Tammy, can we ask any questions of these?
Because we have so many, I would really either like to hold them till the end. The problem, I mean, I'm worried that if we get into questions, we could be here another 2 or 3 hours, and we do unfortunately have a time limit of 10 o'clock. So go ahead.
Tammy, my main question to all of these that are addressing this thing as a pro is, what has the farming aspect of this done that has made this a better experience for you, as opposed to the religious training that you had there? We're hearing about meeting Jesus and all those great aspects of that, but we're looking at a rural area here, and specifically a farming type environment. And I wanted to know why that is an important part of this.
That's a very good question. Thank you, Commissioner Wilson.
I can probably address that a little bit in my
That'd be
testimony.
great. And I'd like to encourage the rest of those giving testimony coming up, if they can implement a little bit of that, that would be helpful. Go ahead, Christopher.
Sure, because I do have a unique perspective because I was in both, when we were located in Portland and a lot of time out here. So I did see the great difference. I'm not going to get too much into my story because it's a lot like everybody else's. And, I dealt with heroin addiction for a long time. And, when I came up and graduated this curriculum and decided to stay on for staff, my predecessors, they were a little bit older, and they did not check on zoning and things like that before they moved out. And so, as the county knows, we've been open and upfront since then, just trying to rectify this. But the qualifications that need to be met, I would argue that most of them are, all of them are. We're completely compatible with the surrounding areas. That's what we do. We farm. And that's during the work project time. Yeah, there's 5.5 hours of Bible study a day. So different teachers will come in and yeah, they teach the Bible, but we also teach values and morals. And like Rose was saying, how to deal with your anger, and how to deal with their, lust problems and things like that. We get to the root of the problem and not just take away drugs and alcohol. The consequences are around to these areas are none. We've never had police. We've never had a neighbor file a complaint against us, and we've been here over 3 years. That's not a rehab. That's not a place down in Portland where the police are there every day. This is a different, unique situation. And I'm just gonna, it's very simple here. I mean, you guys just listened to 2 hours of very complicated codes and all that, but out here it's shared meals, it's Bible classes together, and it's work projects out on the farm where we learn responsibility. As you're here, and as I was here too, you get a job after a certain amount of time, whether it be, animal manager, or you're the beekeeper, and you're going to be doing that for a couple months, and you're going to learn about bees, and they're going to be your responsibility, and you're going to grow from it. These are all experiences that can't be duplicated in Oregon City, in Portland. Most of you guys know and can't deny the therapeutic benefit of being out on the farm. We have another person who's here tonight who does horse therapy with the guys, and they love it. You know what I mean? These are things that they would never get to experience anywhere else but up here. And, things like that can't be ignored. I didn't realize how much we needed to be here until we moved here, and how well that the guys are doing out here. I know the big fear is that it's going to start resembling Portland and Clackamas County, but we're the solution to that. We're not part of that. This is how it's going to be rectified. We can't ignore that there's 2 declared states of emergency for homelessness and addiction, and that we're here as a free way to help that. Now, I don't expect anybody to say we approve because we like what you're doing, you know what I mean, and that be it. I know that. I know I expect serious conditions of approval, but I don't think there's nothing we can work past here. There is no single impact or thing that I've heard that would negate this. So thank you, guys.
Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Darcy. You can, there we go.
Yes, it's my turn.
It is your turn and we can hear you. Go ahead, Zeph.
Okay, my name is Zeph Nelson. I am the current overseer at Northwest Bible Training Center. So I am a previous resident and currently a staff member. So we talked about the benefits of the farm aspect. Like my life was hopeless at a standpoint where I've been educated in nice schools. I've been, a product of society for a long time, but I made some mistakes, as any human being will make in their lives. I didn't know where to go with life. God sent me to Northwest Bible Training Center, and he helped me rebuild my life by doing things like growing a 100-pound pumpkin from a seed. He let me, take care of bees and, take care of chickens. Like helping you rebuild your life by rebuilding something else, it makes you want to have hope in life again. It makes you want to go back to school and want to, be a product of society. Like Chris said, we do not get paid here. I have the benefit of working at a grocery store that's in town. But I could have never done that without, the discipline of the Christian faith that through the program taught me, because I had no discipline. I'm educated and all that, but I had no discipline how to put it to work. But with the land use thing, the main benefit of a land use that I can think about in my head is conserving the farmland by keeping it the way that it is. I can say if this is approved 5 years down the road, that this farmland will look exactly the same as it does today. The fields will still be there. They'll be great. They will look manicured like we keep them right now. Plus, our center has helped multiple people with, let's say, last year's ice storm damage. I've helped at least 5 I can name off right now with this storm damage of trees falling down. I've worked at multiple residencies, multiple different farms across Beaver Creek, helping them restore their land, helping them get trees up. And that's what really farm use is about, is farmers working together with other farmers to conserve this place. we are such a benefit to Beaver Creek and to the farm community that we're not going to detrimental with concrete or with anything like that. We just want to keep the conservatory of the farming and then just do what we do and help people have a better hope for the future. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Zeph, very much. Appreciate your insight, especially on the farming side. Hey, Jerry, if you'll unmute.
There we go.
Oh, there you
All
are.
right.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, very good. Hey, I'm coming from a little bit different angle. Have not gone through the program. I'm a pastor here in Oregon City. I pastor Connection Church. I've been with the mission for over 20 years. And so I knew them when they were in North Portland, and we're thrilled when they came out this way. When Rose was on earlier, we were there when Rose came into the center. And so I'm very familiar with what's going on there. Couple things I wanted to say is mention it is an answer. As a pastor of a church, I've been in ministry for about 30 years, and that's what we often get is how do we help people in need? And for people in serious need, they've been an answer for us all this time. Even for my own personal family, I've had family members that have attended and successfully gone through and gotten their lives back. Multiple church members and people that we know. I also wanted to address the fact that having them in our own community, when they were in North Portland for years, and we used to visit there often. In fact, for a while, they even let us hold church services there for a while when we were without a building. And we love going on campus, being a part of that. But I can just tell you, I mean, it's the thought of them coming to Oregon City, Beaver Creek area. I can just tell you there's a different peace amongst the residents. It's a whole, it was good before, but now that they're out here in the country and there's less distraction for them, they seem more focused on recovery and getting on with their life. We have them come visit our church once a month. We have a bunch of the residents come. They come and help us on projects, and I know they're interested in giving back to the community too. So it's without reservation that I'm just really excited to see them in the area. And I also know this from other ministry partners in the area, they will have to make some changes on there to get everything up to speed. We serve a big God, and we have a community of believers. We will get behind them. And so finances won't be an issue because we know they're supposed to be there. And so we're believing they can do whatever changes that need to be made and be very successful there. And that's all I have for you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Jerry.
You bet.
Next up, I have Daniel McGuigan, followed by Brandy Henderson, followed by Bob Howard.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hi, my name is Daniel McGuigan, and I am the resident director and also the man that's in charge of the grounds, the maintenance, and all the work projects that go on here. I came to Northwest Bible almost 4 years ago now in a bad state, had just gone through a third divorce, had lived through a heroin addiction. And when I got here, I was suicidal. We were in North Portland at that time. And I can tell you just from my own personal experience, if we were still in North Portland, I wouldn't be here today. And I also wouldn't be the resident director of the program that I came up through. I stayed on for staff training. I'm a mechanic by trade and just a general handyman guy that, you know, on the weekends, I did all kinds of side work for people, working farms from 6:30 at night when I would close the auto shop all the way to 11 at night, running rows of corn, beans, and just anything you can imagine. I've learned all the equipment over the years. I'm just one of those well-rounded guys when it comes to the older blue-collar skills. I grew up with no family. I lost all my family except for my sister when I was really young. Life wasn't good to me. I come from the opposite side of it. I fought tooth and nail for everything I have. But since we moved here in 2018, I was a couple months in, and I was at a trusted position where I was allowed to handle all the power tools and the equipment And as we started getting things set up here on this property, I was the one in charge of that. And I really took to it. I love the farm life. I love being out there, the hard work, the responsibility, the accountability that it brings with it. True farm life is what I lived for long before I got here. And when we moved to this property, it presented us, and especially me, with an opportunity to take care and take pride and be that man that it takes to run a farm. You know what I mean? I don't know if anybody here personally farms or has equine, you know what I mean? But right after we moved here, we got 5 goats. And these goats are some of the coolest, man. And I had to learn. I went out and got the book, Raising Goats for Dummies. And I read through that and I learned some things. And then I learned some other things from trial and error. I went to Wilco, my bad, and happened to ask the girl at the register one day a simple question about what I should do for my goats. And it presented an opportunity, first of all, not only to share the gospel, but to build a relationship with somebody. This woman, she's pretty well known, and I'll just leave her name out of it. But she raises show goats, and everybody in this area knows exactly who she is. And she came out and taught me how to take care of these goats, my goats, to trim the hooves, to take care of, you know, the shots and everything else that goes along with it, treating for lice if they had it, making sure there was no flies getting into their nose or into their ears and laying eggs, stuff like that. But I've heard the term hobby garden, and it's not true. I oversee it. First of all, we have a 20 by 60 greenhouse that we run year round. We also have a 40 by 40 farm that each year we have a little 2.5 horsepower tiller that we till down. When it comes to the big stuff, I have a 46 Farm All A that I rebuilt myself and restored, that was donated to us from a woman. It didn't run when we got it. It still has all the original plowing tines, and this equipment gets used every day. I could use a bigger tractor, but I'll make do with what I have. There's daily chores and responsibilities that teach our residents life skills and responsibility, because the animals can't just wait for a day or two to get their food because you don't feel like feeding them. These are specific things that we needed here. And if it wasn't for this farm, I would have never got my second shot at life. And I want to see to it that somebody else has that same opportunity. There's a need in this community, and we help a lot of people with farms. I'm training guys to work farms. They're finally learning skills that can be put to use in the real life. So I'm sorry, I get a little emotional about it.
That's great. Daniel, I just wanted to say, if you could wrap up, but thank you.
Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, don't apologize. We're fine. Thank you very, very much for your background and the testimony. That was very helpful. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Brandy. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi there. So I hate to kind of interrupt in the middle of people's stories, but I'm actually, I'm the neighbor in front. If you look at the satellite image, you can see my house is the one that's right in front there on Bloom Road. And so I just wanted to attest to a couple things that I heard when you guys were going over everything earlier. One of them is about the building that's on that property. And I've been living here since 2002. And so about 10 years ago or so, I can't remember exactly when, but the previous owners did a big revamp up there, and they built that shop up. And I actually walked through this before these guys even bought this place. And they had so many bedrooms and all the plumbing. There was people living in it. They had employees living in it because they were home builders. That building was already set up to accommodate multiple people before these guys came in. So when I heard somebody talking about they upgraded it to take care of, several people or make it a dormitory, it was pretty much set up like that way before. So I just want to address that. And also to mention that as a neighbor, one of my biggest concerns would be, the traffic, the people, the noise. And, we don't have any of that. As a matter of fact, with these guys here, they're better neighbors than I had before. And I never am bothered by any traffic. They're not loud. You wouldn't even know there's that many people up there. And also, as far you can see that they're planting up there, there's the beehives I can see from where I live. I can see the people kind of doing their thing up there, but I would never know what it was until I was notified of all of this. I just knew that there was great people up there doing their thing. So, and as far as the farming and like Mr. Wilson had said earlier about, some people get service animals for healing and things like that. I don't know what they're doing up there, but, if farming is what helps certain people on their path, that's great. Who are we to say that that's not something that is needed in the community for healing? I have no problem with it as a neighbor. They're not a bother. It's not an impact to our community, our neighborhood. As a matter of fact, it's an asset. So I just wanted to let you guys know that from our standpoint.
Very helpful, Brandy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I think Bob Howard's being brought over. Yes, go ahead and unmute, Bob. Are you there? Bob, oh, you muted again. Try again, Bob. There you go. Can you say something? Oh, darn. If you're saying something, we're not hearing you, but you're not on mute that we can tell. Darcy, any help there? Okay, okay. Bob, we're still not hearing you. Are you there? Okay, Bob, it doesn't appear your speaker system is working. Let's put you back with the attendees and maybe we could try again a little bit down the line. So Robert is coming on.
I have Robert followed by Millie Tanner at gmail.com, followed by Jim.
Hello.
Are you there, Robert?
I am.
Oh, wonderful. You're a little quiet out there. If you can maybe get a little closer to your speaker and please go ahead.
Oh, hello. My name is Robert Milliken, actually, and I am a former construction superintendent. I'm a former facilities supervisor for Portland General Electric. I oversaw maintenance and construction of 25 sites throughout the state. Currently, I'm a pastor at the Remnant Church, and I'm one of the teachers out there at Northwest Bible Training Center. It's really a pleasure. Twice a week when I go out there and have my class, it's really a pleasure to see these guys. I remember just the other day, one of them comes running up to me and he says, "You know what? I just planted 5 trees." First time he'd ever gotten his hands down in the soil like that, the things that go on that farm there are just incredible as therapy for these people. I know a little bit about the addiction situation, although I didn't go through the program, but I sat 17 years, I was on the advisory council for the Salvation Army's Adult Rehab Center. And my son, I'm also associated with City Team Ministries, another Christian-based rehab facility in Portland. My son went through that program there, and my wife was in charge of their women's program at that facility. So I see things going on here at the Northwest Bible Training Center that I haven't seen in these other organizations. And it just has to do with the way that they participate in the farm work out there. And it's an amazing thing. You know, Jesus did a whole teaching about the seeds. And for some of these people, they look at these miracles of planting seeds and actually getting a fruit or a vegetable from it as the workings of the Lord. This works on their belief system. It gives them hope, I guess, is the way that you could best describe it. But they are absolutely incredible in working with the farm program and spending the time learning and studying the Word of God. It's absolutely, I don't have to tell you, you've been hearing it all night. It's absolutely changing people's lives. And it builds character in them. And that's why they're good citizens and good neighbors. That's really all I have to say. But they are a benefit, and I live in Clackamas County, and they are a benefit to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Really appreciate your testimony.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Go
Hey,
ahead.
great. Yeah, it's not actually Mila Tanner. Unfortunately, Zoom is new to me, which I'm probably the only person on the planet that can say that. But anyway, my name's Austin Tanner, and I have been teaching at the Northwest Bible Training Center intermittently for the last 10 years. And I also have seen the transformation. And I don't want to be redundant about stuff, so I want to try and say a couple different things. I was teaching a class one day when we were down in North Portland there, just off Ainsworth. And as I was teaching, there's probably 20 people sitting around, and we heard this big screech and a bang, and someone hit my car right in front of the training center, which was a great object lesson, because at the time I was talking about how we're transient in this life and how things don't mean all that much unless we have our eyes on Jesus. So anyway, needless to say, that is one of a myriad of different things that would happen on a day-to-day basis being in North Portland. The residents were approached constantly by people leaving the bars. They were approached constantly by people trying to solicit them back into using drugs. They were in a very difficult place. And I was thinking about what the commissioner was saying about the farming and that sort of thing, and why it was necessary. And you know, we don't look at a lot of people and say, hey, you know, I have a great idea for your troubled heart. Why don't you go sit in traffic? Or, oh, I got a better idea. Why don't you go to the mall and walk around with some people there? Or, you know, oh, wait, here's even better idea. Let's go and stand in a crowded elevator, or try and walk around in a crowded street. I think that all of us would say that we need to get away. That's why vacations mean so much to us, and places of solitude, beaches and the mountains. And we all desire that inherently, which leads me really to the next thing I was going to say is we don't believe it's about farming inherently. We believe it's about meeting a person, and his name is Jesus, and he created everything. And so the idea to be in a place where we get to participate and watch the person who created us and help facilitate things grow, we really get a feeling for how he stewards things, how he loves us, how he prunes us, how he blesses us, how he brings the rain, how he gets rid of the weeds. We interact with that on a base level, believing that he created us in his image. And that element is fundamental to everything we believe about the character of God. And that's what gives people hope in Christ, that he's there to save them and rescue them. And the same care that it took to grow something is how much more so does he care about us. And so I think that is fundamentally what we're talking about in terms of farming in and of itself. And I would like to say just the last thing really quickly is the idea, if you felt like you had one chance, it seems like what we're talking about
is it needful? Is it needful? Is it needful? Well, let's put it in your position or somebody else's position and say, let's say this was your daughter or your son or your sister or your mother or your father or someone you loved, and you had one opportunity to get their attention before they ultimately ended themselves or the people around them. Would you be shooting for what was needful, or would you be shooting for what was ultimately the best for them? And I think that's really what we're talking about, is we're talking about, let's do the absolute best for these people who are loved by God and have been given an opportunity to go somewhere safe and really understand that they have value and that they can escape and that He'll provide a way for them. So I just wanted to say those things. I'm so sure that you guys will make a great decision. And the last thing I'd love to say is that, isn't it so interesting that Brandy, who is the neighbor, is the one who's going to be most adversely affected? All of the people on this commission, you'll probably never even drive past that place. And you have people that are on that street that are just applauding what's happening there. So if you can't take that under consideration, it would be a shame. So anyway, thank you so much, all of you. And I just hope and pray that you make a really gracious and wise decision in concern of the Northwest Bible Training Center.
Thank you very, very much. We appreciate that perspective. All right, Jim. Are you there? Jim, are you there? Oh, we're not hearing you. Is your microphone on? Oh, yeah. Okay, you're back on mute. Come back off and see if we can hear you. Go ahead. Shoot. Jim, are you talking?
Stephen, I know I've encountered this. Sometimes if they log off and log back on, it may fix it. So that's what I would advise for Bob and Jim there.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you so much, Commissioner Moss. So Bob, Howard, and Jim, if you would just leave the Zoom and then sign back on, maybe that will fix it. So if we want to bring now Tom on.
I have Tom Montano, followed by David D, followed by Jimmy Park.
Okay, this is Tom Montano, and I'm a teacher out at Northwest Bible Training Center. And, you know, I just have to agree with Chris in one of the things that he just said recently. I don't have a lot of extensive knowledge about all of the details of the laws. I understand what this hearing is all about. But I didn't hear anything that I believe cannot eventually be resolved from the standpoint of land use. And there's so many different ways to go about it that I think it ultimately can get resolved. But what I want to say is that it's just unfortunate that we even need to be dealing with all of this addiction. But the point of this is that I farmed myself. I farmed in a production type of atmosphere in Southern California for 8 years, and I raised pole tomatoes. And it was at that time when my deepest concern for spirituality got awakened. And I'm a pastor now here in Oregon City as well. And so, and that was quite a few years ago, but I went into I got into a little bit of drugs looking for spirituality, got into some different types of religions and things like that. But until I farmed and saw that
growth aspect that's been brought up a few times. The spirituality part of my existence had been kind of covered up, but it just started to be released at that point. And from that point on, until the day that I met Jesus and that I had that revelation that the spirituality going on here is not just the spirituality of Jesus and the gospel, and there's also the spirituality of what's happening with the addiction to people in this country and in this world. It's a spiritual battle, and it can be addressed with psychological cures. It can be addressed with like been mentioned, NA and AA and different types of therapies. But until that spiritual battle is detailed and uncovered and released, and that the spiritual part of us after receiving Jesus is actually released, that's what happens to these people that come out of there. I've seen transformations just in the year, a little over a year that I've been there. I've seen transformations. It's been awesome, and I'm just so excited about the vision that everybody, that Chris and Susan and all the rest of them have for this organization to benefit the community and the country. So that's all I have to say.
Tom, thank you very, very much. I think we're bringing David over.
Going?
Are you there?
I'm here. Are you there?
What? We are here. Go right ahead, David.
All right. Thank you very much. I guess I'm a little bit different than most of the previous speakers, because I mean, I've never used an illegal drug in my life, you know, but I've been a friend of the mission for, 20 years at least, going back into North Portland. And I don't know if you've ever driven Skidmore and Ainsley or whatever that street is now. I'll tell you what, you don't want to walk your dog there. You don't want to hang out on the street corner there. When you think about it, people smoke, and a lot of the residents at the mission smoke. Well, in North Portland, they would go out on the street to smoke and be approached. The marijuana joint next door, the bar, all that sort of thing. Out here, they go outside to smoke, and they're surrounded in fresh air and beauty. I mean, what a comparison, right? I'm not a pastor. I don't teach out there, but I was attracted to this place because of what they do. I am a Christian, praise the Lord. I recognize the value for me, in me, of living a Christian life. Fortunately, I was raised, like pastors and all that sort of thing, but they do it for free. Now that speaks to my heart really deeply, because my dad pastored a Skid Row mission in Seattle, and all his years of pastoring, he never drew one red cent for all the hours and all the nights he was down at that Skid Row mission. He did it because he loved the Lord. That's what I see in Northwest Bible Training Center. They don't do it to make money. They do it because the staff that are there have received something freely into their life that brought about new life, brought about change, and now they give back. And isn't that what we expect from people that receive something, that they give something back? Well, this is a place that they can give back, whether they stay on a year or two or whatever. But then many of them go on from here to another mission team facility and do the same thing there. They minister to others out of what was ministered to them. Now, somebody made the comment, 5 years from now, you're going to look and say, well, I don't think so, because I'm guessing, who knows? But I'm guessing in 5 years, they're going to have more beehives.
And I'm guessing in 5 years that the grapes are going to be a whole lot bigger than what they are now. They may have a new crop of goats. I mean, I don't know. They may have another greenhouse, but whatever is different about it will be good for the community. I appreciated Commissioner Wilson expressing concern over the initial people that spoke. He wasn't hearing where any of the farming was any of benefit. I mean, what's that about? Honest question. I love honest questions. But later, people came on, and the people you heard talking about farming are the people that live there at this place. The people you heard before were out at the North Portland site, and you notice they didn't say anything about the benefits they got from farming, because North Portland is concrete and blacktop. I'm a city boy, I understand that. Okay. My hope for you is that laws are good. I mean, God has laws, for crying out loud. Okay. So, but sometimes changing a person's life kind of has a little more, what's the word I want? Value. Because the laws aren't being, ripped apart to shreds, and, it's just, they're saying, can you help us out a little bit?
And David, could you wrap up? I'm sorry to put pressure on you, but thank you.
Yes, funding was addressed. They put out a newsletter and they list donations. I mean, they exist on donations, meat, potatoes, toilet paper, soap, on and on and on and on and on. Many people, I'm sure, do like I do, is, that newsletter comes, and when I come across someone that really needs this place, I can hand them that newsletter. That becomes advertising. That's
great. David, we really have to move along. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. That was some very
for listening.
Thank you. Go ahead. Can you unmute Jimmy? Jimmy, can you hear us? You're on, and if you could unmute, please.
Yeah.
There we go.
There.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Wonderful. We can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. I will make this short and just add a few quick points. My name is Jimmy Park, and I live in Oregon City, and I am one of the teachers at NWBTC. First, I want to say thank you to the members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for taking the time to consider the matter with Northwest Bible Training Center. You have been so considerate and kind. The first thing I want to say is I am in favor for land use approval for Mission Teens, Inc., or as known as Northwest Bible Training Center. The farming is year-round, as there is also a 14 by 50 greenhouse on site. I would also love to say that I would actually love for the planning board to see the first period rules class book handbook. It is arduous. The use of the facility and the property is diligently used with responsibility. There is a lot of farming. There's a lot of understanding of balancing pH and understanding how to rotate plants. There's a lot to learn. We also took 1 year just to learn how to do apiary. And they had a workshop that was an all-day class for master beekeepers who actually visited the property. But most important of all, our residents understand the love of Jesus Christ and the love they have for each other. That's all I want to say. Thank you again for your consideration and approving for the amendment for the file number Z208-21-CP. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jimmy, very much. All right, let's keep our fingers crossed that Bob, we can hear Bob tonight. So If we can bring Bob over and give it another shot. Okay, go ahead and unmute. There you are.
You hear me now?
We can hear you. Yay, thank you.
Okay. Well,
Go
thank you.
ahead.
I'm Bob Howard. I'm also one of the teachers. Boy, it was such a pleasure to hear Rose way back at the beginning. Was that like 3 or 4 hours ago? And then Angel and Trevor. And I remember all you guys from North Portland. I've been teaching at Northwest Bible Training Center since spring of 2014, I believe. And just such change that you can see over the people. It's just incredible. Fortunate for me, I guess, I don't have any background in addiction or drinking or anything like that. But I can certainly see it. I can see what it does to people, and I can see the changes that people are there. I've taught classes with people that are in there for days, days after they've arrived. And I'm there every Thursday. I don't know Brandy, but I do say hello to her horses every day, every Thursday morning as I drive by. And Thursday after Thursday, you can see a change to individuals. At some point, you can even see a bigger change when they come to find Jesus during the week that I've been not there, whatever. But it's just incredible. Now, as I said earlier, I started off when they were in North Portland at the corner of Ainsworth and Greeley. And there's several other businesses that were on the corner of Ainsworth and Greeley that you wouldn't want Northwest Bible Training Center to be on the same corner as these places or across the street from these places. So I can attest to that. It's not a fun place to be. It was great for me logistically because I live next to Portland State University here downtown Portland. And driving to Ainsworth and Greeley was a zip, but it's 45 minutes out to Beaver Creek right now, and I know that I'm there when I say hello to the horses. So I do appreciate the opportunity to come. I've seen such a difference in just the atmosphere, not just the people week after week, but the difference between what was going on down there in North Portland versus the way it is in this beautiful setting in Beaver Creek. It makes such a difference to the residents and just their life. And I know when I started there so many years ago, I was given this little manual and everything in there. I mean, it's such a regimented thing, at 8 o'clock this happens, at 8:15 this happens, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that the regimentation in the life is a big piece of recovery. And part of that is the farming. Farming requires regimentation. There are things that you must do if you're working with animals, especially certain times every single day. You cannot miss it. And there are seasonal things that you do, but it requires regimentation. And this is an extremely regimented environment. Farming or non-farming, it's very, very regimented. And it was something for me to get accustomed to. I mean, I have to show up there and I start teaching at 9:40, and at 10:30, I had better be done because at 9:30, somebody in the back of the room, whoever you are, the counselor of the day, you stand up. And I know that I'm done. Whether Jesus wants me done or not, I'm done. So it's regimented for me as well. And it's something that one just has to get accustomed to, especially when preparing a Bible lesson. So I just want to thank you all for putting up with me and my not being able to unmute before as well. And shout out to everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob. We really appreciate your patience on giving us testimony. And I do believe our last testimony in favor is from Jim. Fingers crossed. Go ahead and unmute. Can we hear you? Are you there? Jim, we still can't hear you. I'm really sorry. And I saw that you signed off and signed back on. Okay. I'm really sorry, Jim. I do want to encourage everyone that is testifying this evening that again, this will all start again with the Board of County Commissioners. So this is just round one. All right, we are now in the position to ask for testimony from opponents, those not in favor of this application. So if those attendees would like to speak, please raise your hand and Darcy will take care of that.
Tammy, do you have a second? Just wanted to mention, being it's 9:35 and we have to cut off at 10,
Yes.
based on the number of people still left to testify, times 3 minutes plus each, and then our deliberation, it's looking like this will have to be held over, correct?
I'm probably thinking so. My very big hope is to get through the testimony and maybe even any rebuttal, so that we don't have to bring everybody back. So our hope, the big goal right now is to get through testimonies.
And how many do we have? How many are left?
Right now we have 3.
Okay.
So do you want to bring our first one over, Darcy, please?
I have Jeremy Pollard, followed by Bob Woods, followed by Austin Monkey.
Me. Okay, Jeremy, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Well, we sure can. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Jeremy Pollard. I live on Bloom Road. I own most of the whole west side of Bloom Road. Bloom Road's about 4,000 feet long. I own 2,800 feet of the west side, including directly across from the proposed site. I do want to say, after talking to Chris, I do understand and support what they're trying to do, and I'm sympathetic with it, but I do actually have some concerns. My biggest concern is ingress and egress to the site. Bloom Road is a dead-end road running north from Lower Highland Road. It's the only way in and out of the property. Bloom Road's about 14 to 15 feet wide. Your normal lane of travel is 12 feet wide. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, average car is about 7 feet wide. I have an Oregon State registered farm that operates year round. It's 70 acres. There's another farm operating to the south, and there are several properties north and south of mine, as well as north and south of the subject property that are leased for farming as well. Bloom Road has a blind hill, 580 feet upon turning onto the road. There's also 2 90-degree turns at 2,575 feet and 2,820 feet. The subject property is 3,170 feet from the entrance of Bloom Road, meaning that all traffic to the site must pass over the blind hill and both 90-degree corners. There are 9 residents, including the subject residents, and 4 additional tracts of land that are farmed throughout the year. And after the blind hill, there's a 1,990-foot stretch where there are no driveways or turnouts until my driveway in the first 90-degree turnout. We often meet cars coming on this road, and substantially more since the mission teams arrived. And passing vehicles can sometimes be difficult. It a lot of times depends on the driver as well and how courteous they are to each other. I know the residents do try and give way, sometimes others don't. Each car has to pull off the pavement and pass slowly. Increased traffic only complicates this process, especially if there's people traveling on the road who aren't familiar with it. Drivers not familiar with the road often crest the blind hill in the middle of the road, and often at speeds that the rest of us are uncomfortable with. Residents that live on or nearby Bloom Road often walk, sometimes with children and pets, and this introduces a safety hazard to them. Farm equipment is often present and can easily be 12 foot wide. During heavy farm usage, there are several trips daily with farm equipment, including tractors, implements, semis, and related items. There's also many times a year when myself and neighboring farms run cattle up and down the road between fields, and these are critical for our operations, for our agricultural function. Also, every resident out here has had vehicles drive up to their houses, typically someone trying to find the facility, and this has been at all hours. It's uncomfortable as we aren't excited about having strangers come down our long driveways looking for this site. When mission teams began operation, the number of vehicles on Bloom Road increased substantially. One day, the largest amount of traffic I saw was over 70 cars coming and going. I was advised by the owners of the subject property that it was their annual graduation. I understand that a traffic study was not performed, and I'm curious why that was. And I'm almost done. Another concern I have is power and water infrastructure services. For power services, I asked Portland General Electric to step up my power service, and I was advised they wouldn't be able to because of the amount of volume already utilized for water. I had artesian wells on two of my wells. One was running 25 gallons a minute. I was advised, I wasn't advised, I have seen my well volumes drop, and also my artesian water has disappeared completely. Other properties relatively close to us actually saw dry wells this summer, so we're concerned about the consumption. So lastly, I am just concerned about, to cover that, concerned about the egress and the property, the power and water infrastructure and the infrastructure of the agricultural operations, and the traffic as it will increase from its current volume, since there's a little passing room and with the personal vehicles, not to mention the oversized equipment. So given the addressed concerns, I'm not comfortable with the expansion from the current operations and even question the current operations. That's all.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your testimony. All right, Bob. You want to unmute Bob Woods? Oh, there you go.
Are you there? Are you there? Are you there?
You are, and we can hear you. So go right ahead.
Oh,
Thank
sorry, I
you.
didn't mean to yell. I guess I should have talked to Jeremy before this. He pretty much got it all covered. My only question, I guess, why haven't any of the neighbors met these guys? They've been there a few years. They're pretty, you know, all of us that work our farm there around the neighborhood there, we all talk amongst each other, with each other. We meet at the fences. We all know what's going on. That property is a big mystery. It's all big, super secret. It just seems a little odd. I don't see much farming going on, but they want to play the farmer's card. They also played pretty heavily on the church card. I don't think that's real fair. The amount of traffic that they're trying to play off. There's a lot more traffic that comes and goes out of there than what they're trying to play off. I just don't think, everything is as square as they're trying to make it out to seem. You know, we live there. We see what's going on. Yeah, the farm, trying to play it off as a farm. We're farmers. We meet at the fences. We talk amongst ourselves. Why aren't they? You know, when I'm helping there at the mink compound, driving the tractors, picking up the hay, driving by their fence, round after round after round after round, why isn't anybody coming out and saying, hi, what's going on? Who are you? Introducing themselves, you know what I mean? They're kind of playing the super secret card, and that seems a little odd. Is that what Jesus would want? Is that how he would play off that? You know, it just seems a little weird. And I guess that's all I got.
And Bob, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. And we'll bring Austin over next. Austin, you want to unmute? There you go. Oh, you're back on mute again. Try again.
Unmute.
There we go. Now we can hear you. Go ahead, Austin.
Alrighty, thank you. So actually, Mr. Pullard covered a lot. Considering he is the farm, or excuse me, I am the farm across from him. So we actually farm completely around this this property that we're talking about tonight. So I have, let's see, Jeremy. So going down Bloom, going north, the right-hand side is all of the mink farm. So anyways, one of my first things is I was kind of taking notes as we were going, talking about marijuana being in the Portland area as they walk out to go smoke a cigarette. I would like to mention there is a pot grow just below
the property that butts up to this property we're talking about. The next one, the road traffic. Yeah, we run hundreds of head of cows between our farm and Jeremy's farm. We run cows from pasture to pasture. It does go up and down the road to Bloom. I have personally, actually, even on an ATV, had to run off the side of the road at a very slow speed, of course, because cars aren't pulling over. They're coming over that top of that hill at 70, 80 miles an hour. It's ridiculous. Let's see. Neighbor across the street from me. So my driveway is on Lower Highland. So a good little walk away from this home or from this church. When I first found out about this church that's happening, it came to my attention from a neighbor across the street from me that we do farm about 100 acres over there, that he had came home to a bottle of booze and a jacket sitting next to his American flag pole. Walked up to the house. Someone said they had left or escaped, is the word they used, from their rehab home, and we couldn't quite figure that out. So at the end of the day, we did find out that was the rehab home they were talking about. So my concern as far as safety with, we have lots of animals, is someone going to struggle and go out into a field and get out with cows that are not, they might not always be the tamest, get themselves hurt. Who's going to be liable for that? But other than that, like I said, Jeremy covered a lot of my concerns, just about 100% of it. And, the biggest thing is the equipment going up and down the road. I personally do not think Bloom Road, as a small road as it is not going to be able to hold up the traffic. We have counted, as we're out there raking hay, up to 70 cars a day here about about last summer, maybe the summer before. I'd have to go back to my notes, but 70 cars on a road that only has, I believe, 6 or 7 homes on it. That's a little ridiculous. And then again, back to some of the cars, the way they drive, we're supposed to be all family out here, and you drive by and you're in the ditch and they don't wave and keep on going. It's a little bit of a respect thing, but that's pretty much it. Like I said, Jeremy covered all of our grounds, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Jeremy.
Great. And thank you, Austin, for coming on. Appreciate it. Amy.
Oh.
Amy Manning.
There we go.
Hi. Ready?
Yes,
I'll make it fast. I know you're tired. I wanted to say, I think my biggest concern about this would be the precedents that it sets. A lot of people are watching this in the community, and a lot of people own DFU land or own other similarly rural type of lands. And so if we start talking about uses that are far beyond what's allowed, other people are going to start getting ideas about what they can do on their property and go ahead and put in, dormitories of their own without getting county approval, and then just say, oh, well, we got it from, we got permission afterwards. So I think that that's probably what concerns me the most. And I understand they are doing some work that is very important. However, I just don't see how it fits on EFU land. I know when I was in the city of Portland, I got a permit and raised 8 chickens there and had a vegetable garden there. There are other places that this particular facility could be located. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Oh, great. Amy, thank you very much. All right. Wow. We are now on to any testimony that is neutral. It's just anyone that would like to come on, they're not in favor or against, but they'd like to share information. And so if anyone out there would like to provide that type of testimony, please raise your hand. Okay. Now we'll move actually back to the applicant. For the applicant, this is your opportunity to provide any rebuttal. And rebuttal is limited to arguments addressing evidence already in record. And you can have up to 15 minutes, actually. So welcome back, Mr. Poole and Mr. Hackey.
Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to everyone that spoke and to the commissioners for their patience. I know this is very unique, and there's a lot of there's a lot of words involved in this, and I would just go back and say that the the applicant, in spite of the fact that a couple of years ago they had a graduation and there were 70 cars or certain number of people that came by that day, I'm out there regularly. The traffic amount that they're generating is nowhere near what we're hearing. I'm not trying to argue or dispute that there are traffic or safety concerns, but claims of this giant traffic volume, I don't think are will hold up. And the thing that we need to do, that we would, as the applicant, commit to, is a very simple traffic study, not a big analysis, but obviously a count of the speed and number of vehicles. The applicant has placed a sign, a small discrete sign at the end of the driveway to help make sure that folks find it. So in terms of traffic volume, I want to reiterate that we can address that or substantiate that the amount of traffic in and out of there is minimal. Just as the number of days out of the year when they're running 100 cows down the road. They're running cows down the road, but every once in a while they run 100. It's very troubling to hear that anyone would go over that road at 70 or 80 miles an hour. And I apologize if that's happened. But I pull over regularly on my way there when people are driving up my rear end on on Lower Highland Road, and we know the neighborhood. So not dismissing traffic concerns, but I think they can be addressed. And I think some of the claims need to be substantiated by both parties. If this was an overnight facility, if this was a short-term 30-day program, if they had overnight camping, boy, we wouldn't even dream of asking for an approval. I can assure you of that.
Also, if the issue was with the 1 day a year with the 70 cars, yeah, I understand that. That seems kind of alarming. COVID had closed the churches. We usually have our graduation banquet at a church. We were sort of forced to have it on property. But it's not a permanent thing, And as for the neighbors, I mean, we call when the cows are out and loose on the street. We call if a neighbor's dog wanders on property. And I mean, to say we're not friendly enough seems a stretch, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and if I could, I would add again that I think we've had an opportunity here. I know we have, to listen to folks that have been through the program, and for everyone involved in this decision to be aware that this is a special program. This is not a revolving door, and the folks are there on a volunteer basis. And what that means is that they're going to be a resident rather than a patient or someone that's there for a short amount of time. Again, as I said, and then boom, they're gone. I think there were some real good responses to and input on concerns about, well, how valuable is the farming and the rural life for the program? Hopefully that the number of people that spoke to that and to the significance of the location and how it is desperately needed. I frankly would challenge the claims that made in the recommendation that there really isn't a need established. There's a glaring need. I happened to speak recently with the mayor of Estacada up the road, and I just brought it up. I'm not the specific application, but I brought up the growing need, the drug problem in Estacada, and I asked him, with COVID and the way things are, is it the same? Is it getting better? And he said it's getting worse and everyone knows it. So through all of this, I would hope that the commissioners would balance all of the goals in this decision. We're talking about certain exceptions, but when you look at all of the goals and the fact that, again, the staff really isn't, understandably, isn't providing a lot of, and the public, frankly, with the exception of traffic concerns, hasn't provided any reason for this to not be compatible and for these folks to not be able to stay. Thank you.
All right. Your honors, I would like to take this opportunity to address a couple of points. First of all, this one goes to Mr. Wilson and his comment that he made earlier about, about discipline and they can just get a service dog. This is from Barnett v. West Virginia State Board of Education, 319 U.S. 624. This is a U.S. Supreme Court case, and it says if there is one fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters or opinion, and or force citizens to confess by word or act their faith therein. So if Northwest Bible Training Center determines that farming is the vehicle they want to use to instill the Christian values of hard work, discipline, and responsibility, then that is the vehicle that they have chosen. And yes, farming is a free exercise of religion. I would also like to refer you to a Ninth Circuit case, International Church of the Foursquare Gospel versus City of San Leandro. That case states, and I quote, for a religious institution, having a place of worship is at the very core of the free exercise of religion. And churches and synagogues, and for that matter, rehab farms or addiction recovery farms cannot function without a physical space adequate to their needs and consistent with their theological requirements. The right to build, buy, or rent such a space or farm upon it is, for that matter, that I included that myself, is an indispensable adjunct of the core First Amendment right to assemble for religious purposes. This case also points out that that forcing in some circumstances, forcing a place to relocate can be a substantial burden on their religious faith. Okay, so even though they can search around for other parcels of land, though a lot more effort would be involved in such a search than just calling up some real estate agents, and they can continue filing applications with the city, but in any case, there's delay, uncertainty, and expense. I'm sure if you were to talk to Susan Campbell, who along with Christopher Beatty is the co-director of Northwest Bible Training Center, she can tell you that she has searched around. There is no other place, that is suitable. Not in Multnomah County, not in Clackamas County. This is the best spot. This is the spot that is, it's far enough away from temptation that they are, they're not going to have bars and dispensaries right at their doorstep so that they can stumble like the minute they walk off the property. It's also close enough to, fire hospitals and firehouses and whatever else is needed to ensure that if there's an emergency, somebody can get there to help. So this is again, the Bible says, lead us not into temptation. They have fled temptation. They have found, and they are meeting needs out there, not only for people who are suffering from alcohol and drug addiction, but for the poor. So they're actually paying it forward through their farming on the property, which is the definition of Christian charity. So I thank you, and that's all I've got, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr.
Hey,
Hackey and Mr.
I'd like to say something in response to that. Mr. Poole, Mr. Hackey, and Mr. Favelli.
Yes.
I fought for this country. I've defended all the constitutional amendments. I believe in our Constitution. What I don't believe in is for us to use the Constitution or local laws to subvert what we want to put in place. We have rules and laws in this county. I'm not against what you're doing, but I am against taking advantage of a religious provision in the Constitution to take your proposal to some place where it shouldn't go. So understand me. I'm a veteran. I have fought for you and everyone in this country. What I'm saying is we need to abide by our laws. Now, whether or not this passes or not, we are going to abide by our laws. Thank you.
And those laws include our lupus, sir.
Okay, and we are at the end of our rebuttal stage for applicants. Thank you, three very, very.
Can I just have 1 minute real quick? It'll be.
Let me see. Actually, you do have like 1 more minute. I apologize. Go ahead, Mr.
First of all, sir, thank you for your service. This is a reasons exception. It is in the law. So we're trying our best to follow the law. You know, I did my homework with, I talked to the state water master. We had a septic that would be appropriate for this designed. A traffic study I was told it wasn't necessary, but any concerns that any of you have, I'd be willing to address with a traffic study. I tried to get the fire marshal to come out to just do a site survey, but that's pending approvals. But any concerns you guys have, I'm willing to address and have the appropriate person come out and write up a report for it. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you very, very much, Christopher. Okay, now we will move into, does staff wish to provide any rebuttal? Again, rebuttal is limited to addressing evidence already in record. Melissa or Martha?
Melissa, do you want to go first or do you want me to? And do we have a time limit?
I do not see one.
So we're proceeding ahead without continuing the hearing at this point?
Well, let's hold on.
No, I meant to the actual rebuttal, but I think the 10 o'clock cutoff is up for discussion too. Maybe if Jennifer wanted to hop in on that.
The 10 o'clock, do you want to just explain that? Okay. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I messaged Tammy. So the 10 o'clock cutoff is a holdover from when we were still in person in the auditorium, and there was a limitation on how late we could be in the building without special approval. That doesn't apply anymore. That said, I don't think it's ever really the best decision making to be doing this at midnight. So obviously I'll defer to the commission, but I think finding a kind of a good stopping spot and then thinking about a date for a continuance might be in order, because I'm assuming there's going to be a fair amount of discussion amongst yourselves that maybe can't really happen tonight. But I think we could finish rebuttal if you want, and maybe close the hearing and then kind of the public part and then go from there.
And that's what I'd like to ask the commission. So let's go ahead and get to that point. Let's finish your rebuttal, Melissa and Martha, and then we can close the public testimony so that people don't, they can always come back and listen. Absolutely welcome. But then it'll be up to the commissioners to discuss and do our rebuttals, our deliberations. So go ahead, either one.
I'll start and then I'll turn over to Martha. I will try to be brief. There was a lot that was said. In general, just a theme we want to reiterate, the reasons exception criteria sets a very high bar. So there was a lot of talk of why this needs to be located on the subject property, why it's important for the use to include farming and to be in a rural location. The bar is that it needs to show that it can't be reasonably accommodated somewhere else. In the urban area, in a different rural area, on an area that doesn't require goal exception, on a land property that does require goal exception, where else, what area in general, not just specific properties, not properties that are for sale, not properties that aren't for sale. Why can't it be located anywhere else other than the subject property? Reasonably accommodate, it doesn't mean it's the perfect program. It means why can't it function as the proposed use somewhere else? So that's the information that staff doesn't have in the application and that we didn't feel the current proposal met in statute. So just in general, to address kind of a lot of subjects and comments that were brought up related to that in the comments. Goal 10 was brought up. Goal 10, housing applies to buildable lands, which is defined as urban or urbanizable lands. So it wouldn't be applicable to the subject property. again, it sounds like less mentioned, only a small piece of property would suit the need of the proposal. That kind of gets back at that alternatives analysis. Why can't a smaller rural property that's located within the UGB or adjacent to the UGB, other than the subject property, accommodate the use? They can still do farming, everything they're proposing. ORS 215, 283 was brought up by Ray Hackey. It goes over uses allowed in EFU. In general, there's confusion about what the proposed use is. There's references in the application and brought up again by Ray Hackey that it's kind of like a church, kind of like a school, kind of like a boarding school, has components of farm worker dwelling. It has residential treatment similarities. Staff has determined based on the definition of all those different uses in statute or in our zoning and development ordinance that the proposed use would not meet them. The reasons for that are detailed in the staff recommendation. What staff found the proposed use to most closely resemble is a congregate housing facility. So his argument that it's kind of all these different things, for purposes of the application, we're treating it as the substance abuse residential treatment facility that's faith-based, that's most like a congregate housing facility, not a church, not a school, not a boarding school, not a farm worker dwelling. So just to clarify. And then I think Martha possibly wanted to address the RLUIPA materials that Ray Hackey brought up. And then I had two other comments I wanted to make in general after that, and then I'm done. I'll turn over to Martha.
All right, thanks. I also will try to be brief, but RLUIPA is, like goal exceptions, a little complicated. So I guess I would like to start out to add a little bit to what Melissa said about churches, schools, room and board situations, residential houses in EFU. I want it to be clear, churches and schools are not allowed on high value farmland. Even though they are allowed elsewhere in EFU, this property is high value farmland, and a church or a school would not be allowed in this particular property. Residential houses and room and board situations have a cap of 5 people. If that's what they were proposing to do, we wouldn't be here talking about the goal exception. They also have to be in the dwelling, which this is clearly not, or it includes a dwelling, but it's also not. It's in an accessory structure. And so these are all things that we did look at and talk about when we were considering this application. But the first part of my statement that churches and schools are not allowed on high value farmland, I believe ties directly into RLUIPA, which I think is possibly why Mr. Hackey was bringing it up. RLUIPA is a federal law, and it does apply very broadly. He is correct, it applies very broadly to religious facilities, religious assembly. It specifically refers to religious exercise. And I honestly think, after consulting with county council, our attorneys, that it would apply to a facility that uses religious teachings as part of its treatment program. However, RLUIPA does not, absolutely does not mean that religious institutions or other facilities can just do whatever they want and they're exempt from land use. There's 3 specific provisions in RLUIPA. I've outlined them very briefly on the back 2 pages of your staff report. One of them deals equal terms, that religious institutions or religious facilities need to be treated on equal terms of other similar facilities as other similar facilities that are not affiliated with any religion. A school, for example. But it is not the case. It's not been found that the EFU zoning, either in the state law or county-wide, treats religious institutions on unequal terms, and certainly not a religious facility as described in the application, because there are none that are, there's nothing similar that's allowed in EFU. It's also does not allow your land use to discriminate against religious facilities. And again, the the same rules apply whether or not a treatment facility and farm were religious or not religious. The goal exception would still have to be taken. They'd have to follow the same rules, have the same high bar of demonstration. And so then we get to the substantial burden provision. And Mr. Hackey's absolutely right. A county may not substantially burden a religious, impose a substantial burden on the exercise of religion without a compelling government interest. However, RLUIPA is very, very clear that the burden is on the plaintiff or the applicant in this case to demonstrate that somehow whatever land use decision has been made creates this substantial burden. And there's a lot of case law, including a couple that were cited in his application, that really make it very clear that this substantial burden is substantial burden on religious exercise is significant. It has to create a significantly great restriction or onus upon some exercise. And there's a lot of case law that really outlines kind of how high that bar is to demonstrate that the religious exercise is significantly burdened. And that was not demonstrated in this case. I'm not saying that it couldn't be, or they couldn't provide that analysis. It just wasn't in there. It was simply stated that the county has to concede because there is no compelling government interest. I am not absolutely certain that protecting farmland and high value farmland is not a compelling government interest. Our county council looked at some of the cases that were cited by Mr. Hackey, and I'm hoping that they provide a little additional guidance before the board hearing. It's not clear in the case that was cited that it was determined definitively that protecting farmland is not a compelling government interest. So that's something I'm going to ask them to take a look at further. And that's really it on LUPA. I just think that it's important to understand that it's not a free pass. There are some standards that need to be met. That said, I'm not an attorney, but as you know, I have assessed a couple of other applications related to RLUIPA, and these standards can be met, and they have been in other cases, but it's just simply that the standard demonstrating a substantial burden has not been met here. And so I think the only one other piece I wanted to say, which is not related to RLUIPA, is kind of related to what Melissa had been talking about the 4 standards under the goal exception. I think a lot of the testimony that we've heard today was very compelling. And, you know, unfortunately, this decision is not about whether this is a worthy venture, and it's not about whether this is a service that we agree needs to be provided necessarily, unless they can demonstrate the need and the alternatives analysis. I think a lot of the testimony we did hear, though, really related to the 4th of those criteria, the compatibility. And I think there was a little bit of conflicting testimony about whether or not this is compatible with the surrounding area. But I think that we can take some of that and maybe think about those factors that were talked about today in relation to that particular criteria. But there is some additional evidence and findings that really need to be put out there if we're going to get there to demonstrate that the other criteria have been met. And so I'm stumbling now, so I'm going to hand it back to Melissa.
Thanks, Martha. Just 2 additional things I wanted to address. Traffic was brought up a couple times. We based our traffic analysis, and our engineering staff based their traffic analysis on the number of trips as explained by the applicant in the submitted application. I believe that's 7 trips per day total. So that did not meet the threshold, as I understand it, which is 20 trips per day for requiring a traffic study. It sounds like from some of the testimony, and I mentioned there was some information in the comment letter suggesting there might be more trips than that going on. There may be more traffic going on out there than the submitted application indicates. We don't know. We're basing our recommendation off of the submitted trip estimate, and that's what our traffic engineer based his determination off of at this point. That said, there is a requirement in the easy analysis that we talked about in the requirement for C in the reasons exception that requires findings regarding road improvements and just general adverse consequences of the use in that location. So we don't have information about that in the application. We note that in the staff findings. Those environmental, economic, social, and energy consequences were analyzed in detail per the requirements of statute. Also, per water concerns, like we mentioned before, the water master weighed in, so they don't need a water right. If there are concerns about the water table though, anything about related to that, then it's also included in that easy analysis in that statute section that would need to be addressed. We don't have any information about that. So that concludes my comments.
You're on mute, Tammy.
Oh, good Lord, it is getting late. All right, so thank you, Melissa and Martha. Any questions from the commissioners, kind of final questions, actually, to staff before we close the public good testimony? Where are my words? So any questions? I do see Commissioner Wilson's hand up.
Yes, Tammy.
Yes.
Although I applaud the work and accomplishments of this organization, the issue is not what they have done, but the use of the land. And the correct issue of meeting the regulations and goals that we have already established. I'm a very big proponent of individual rights and individual property rights, but I believe this situation here that we're addressing is not one of individual rights. It's what some organization wants to put upon the community.
Right, Commissioner Wilson, I'm sorry to interrupt, but and that is like the perfect thing to be talking about during discussion. Did you have any questions, final questions for staff? That's
no, my question is, after all those comments,
yeah,
have they met the rules and regulations that have already been established?
Okay.
And
go
I
ahead.
say no.
Well, are you asking staff? Okay, we'll go ahead. Commissioner Moss.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. So Martha, you mentioned the protection of the rich, farmland. So my question is, in reading all the materials, that I didn't see anywhere where they were proposing like a new building that would go on this farmland. So could you just expand on what they're proposing, how that would hurt the rich value of the farmland?
So my understanding is that they are not proposing any new buildings, but the reason I was talking about compelling interest to protect farmland is because it relates to a RLUIPA argument. It doesn't relate to the goal exception necessarily. So were you reacting to what I said about RLUIPA?
Well, I was just trying to through all the materials of going, because I agree protection of farmland is important, but I just didn't see anything in their materials or proposals that would
impact the farmland that is there. So that's why I just see, I didn't see an impact to the farmland itself in the EFU zone.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So yeah, my understanding is they're not proposing any additional buildings on the site where they where they want to operate.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner Moss. Commissioner Pasco?
Muted. Am I muted? No, okay, I'm back. You'd think after all this time with Zoom, I figured out how to use it.
No.
And similarly, you'd think after all these years on the commission, I would have this reasons, exemption process in my head, but I don't. And I guess that's the first question, assuming that we're going to continue this hearing, right? I guess my question for staff, I think it would be really, with things as complex and challenging as this, like some sort of flow chart, or here are the questions that we need to answer as a commission to get to a decision, would maybe help our process as we come back. And I would just kind of put that out there and make a humble request to help us through that. And specifically, my question that Melissa kind of triggered this is, if we end up having to go to an easy analysis, my question is what is the staff's advice for us as commissioners to do that analysis when we don't have actual information in order to make that analysis? I'm not sure how we even go about that without having real information in the record to do that.
Martha can probably respond to this more than I, because she has more experience, but it's my understanding that's a requirement for the applicant to provide to meet the statute. They need to provide the easy analysis explained in the statute. It's very detailed. It's a huge paragraph of what they need to provide and address. That was not provided as part of the submitted application to meet the standards in statute.
And so if I interpret that correctly, if we find that we go through this process and we deem that we have to do an easy analysis, we would essentially have to deny it because that information is not in the record. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's my understanding.
So they have to do an easy analysis. There's not a question. It's prescribed in state law.
Okay. So it's something that they have to do that we
Yes.
don't, okay. And then we just take that into consideration.
Yes.
And as chair, I would really like to reiterate what Commissioner Pasco said. When we do like gravel pits and stuff, we had
right.
See, I was going to take that as a shout out to my mining matrix, and Jennifer started.
That's exactly what it was.
Nobody else is going to understand that.
That would allow me to sleep tonight. Right. So
okay, we can do something like that if you're going to continue the hearing.
Yeah,
right? Can't we? That's not.
Yeah. I'm hoping to get through to public testimony done, and then we'll probably delay. All right, Commissioner Pack, please.
So I have much easier questions because my mind is pretty simple. I'm confused. Where did the code enforcement initiate? Did somebody complain? Because it sounds like they purchased a building that was already renovated, according to the neighbor across the street, and they moved into this place knowing that they were going to be operating, because they used to operate it, same facility in Portland. I'm assuming they ran out of room in Portland, and they were next to bars and other facilities that didn't want to be next to. So they moved out to Clackamas County, but there was a code enforcement that said you can't occupy because it's not appropriate. So where did that start? Do we know?
Happy to provide background. It started when they came into the main lobby in Clackamas County asking for help to try to get, I believe it was a mechanical permit of some type or an electrical permit to get sign off for some type of improvements they'd made associated with the kitchen that had been installed and other work that had been going on. It's unclear
Okay.
how much work occurred from a previous owner, how much work they did. Building had to, as I understand it, file a complaint with the code enforcement department at that point, once they found out people were living in this accessory building that had only been permitted as an accessory building. That's
Gotcha.
how the code enforcement and violation started.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Commissioner Pack. Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Tammy. Yes, staff, I was wondering, we came into this with the question of whether this was rural or urban. Was this setting so close that, how do we determine that? But I heard over and over and over in testimony how great it was to get away from everything. So with that in mind, I also heard the value of this exclusive farm use over and over and over again. And what that tells me is how important it is to the citizens that we are actually representing to protect that. We can't just let these types of activities happen just because this group comes in and said, hey, we really love it out here in this exclusive farm use property. We want to change things. I see they put an argument up to protect it, and I'm going to leave it at that.
But no question, Murph, it was just a statement to staff. Okay, very good. Okay, and Commissioner Peterson?
Yeah, fortunately, in your rebuttal, you answered a lot of questions that I had. But I do have one more. Well, let's take a church, for example. If a church wants to build in an area, it's not an exclusive outright approval. Don't they have to get kind of like a conditional use or something in order to do that? And so what I'm wondering is, if we were to allow this, how would the process then work for a property like this? And wouldn't there be conditions that would require them to meet other codes that they may not comply with? And then also, what about, it would also probably limit how much they could ever develop this property in the future. Is that true? Is that how this would play out if in fact this was overturned and they were then allowed to do this? Could you educate me a bit on that?
Sure, I'm a bit confused, so may I ask you to repeat your
Sure.
question, but
I'm confused. That's why it probably was a confusing question.
Maybe just to clarify, are you asking if they were to meet the definition of a church and we were trying to go down the path of permitting it as a church, how would that
Yes.
occur? Okay.
Yeah.
So churches are prohibited on high value farmland in the
Okay.
EFU zone. It's an outright prohibition consistent with state law. They are permitted on low value farmland, as I understand it. Is it a type 2 application?
Okay.
So there's no pathway, given that the property has prime ag land, high
Okay.
value soils, for them to get a church approved out there. And we did talk that over with them
Okay.
early on.
So along those lines then, I just lost my train of thought, damn it. You were talking and I had a question and all of a sudden I lost it.
Well, we can come back to you, Commissioner.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll
Okay.
remember it, I hope.
Commissioner Moss?
When you get to be my age though, there's no guarantee.
This is Tom After Dark.
Yes, it's after. Go ahead, Commissioner Moss.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Melissa, you talked a little bit, I was reading about the violation from Matt Roselle in there. And was the decision from the hearings officer on the dangerous building, was it saying like is immediate danger that, the building would, fall down or had a potential for serious injury? Or was the standard saying it's a dangerous building because it did not get final permits to be finally approved to be used?
Sure. Dangerous building is a building term. It doesn't mean that the building's going to fall down. It was never permitted for residential use, for residential occupancy. There were never any building permits for that use. The building permit part that wasn't final, as I understand it, was related to that residential accessory shop as it was permitted. And so the order was just that it was being used in a way that was considered dangerous because it wasn't built for residential occupancy.
Okay, that's how I was reading. I was just like getting really confused. I was like, whoa, where are we going? So, okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, I see Commissioner, Commissioner Peterson.
I'm
ahead.
done. We've gone far enough. I don't need
Okay.
more questions.
Commissioner Pasco?
Let's
I just have
decide if
one-
we're going to move on to another.
I just have
time.
one last quick question, just a point of clarification on the staff's decision to determine this rural versus urban. Do I understand correctly that you looked at all the uses, you determined that the closest thing was a congregate housing facility, and because that's an urban use, you determined that this is urban versus rural? Am I understanding that correctly, or did I miss something along those lines?
Sure, that was a consideration in our analysis, but it wasn't the main reason or the only reason. Case law is very complicated in terms of what's rural and what's urban. We looked at lots of different cases from LUBA and included thresholds we felt most applicable for this application. They're outlined in the staff recommendation. Really just to summarize, we found that what they were proposing, the services they needed, the people that were coming out there was a need. It was drawing people out from the urban area. There's also, let me read through here really quickly. It was serving an urban population. So we don't have information in the application that there's a need for this use from the rural community, or that even if there was a need, that it's appropriate for and limited to the specified need of that community. We didn't have any information in the application. I heard some testimony to that. We don't have any quantitative or qualitative information to demonstrate that. So we couldn't include that as a conclusion in our analysis. They rely on volunteered staff, services, deliveries, service providers coming from outside of the rural area. We heard testimony for that. I think that kind of summarizes the main points. You can read through that section, but I mean, it depends case by case. So it's really a question we're asking you, based on our findings. That's the threshold we've looked at, but it's something that, should probably be discussed and decided upon also.
Okay, it's 10:32. So what I'd like to do is I have two little housekeeping items, and then we can close public testimony. At that point, I'd like to propose that we schedule our discussion and then deliberation and vote on another evening. If you're all good with that, I'm going to move. Okay, here we go. Does any person wish to request an opportunity to present additional evidence, arguments, or testimony regarding the application? No hands up. All right. The applicant is allowed at least 7 days after the record is closed to all other parties to submit final written arguments in support of the application. Alternately, oh Lord, the applicant may waive this 7-day period. Does the applicant choose to waive the additional 7 days? So we will have to ask either attorney or Mr. Poole or Mr. Let's see. There, we have Les's hand up, and if you can please make this very brief, Mr. Poole.
This is an easy one. We would like to respond in writing within that time frame. Is that clear enough?
I think so. Is that fine? Okay, great. Then you have 7 days to submit additional documentation.
And just to be clear, Chair, it needs to be argument, meaning that you are responding to evidence that is already in the record. It doesn't mean submitting new information that has new evidence, just argument.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Poole.
Thank you.
All right. The public testimony portion of this hearing is now closed. Therefore, we need to reschedule. Jennifer, do we need to wait the 7 days for any additional information from Mr. Poole or the applicant?
Right, we need to give them their 7 days, and then so they could submit So I think you have a couple of reasonable options. So the board hearing on this is December 8th. You could set this over to November 22nd when you already have a meeting. So that would be 2 weeks from tonight. There's another item that night. I know not a lot about it. I know Melissa knows some about it. It's a comp plan amendment and zone change from Rrff5 and rural to rural industrial. It's my understanding that staff thinks the application is likely approvable. I'm not aware that there's any controversy, but it's still a comp plan amendment and zone change with an applicant presentation, et cetera. So I think it's a question of whether you think you can do both of those in one evening. Alternatively, you could schedule an extra meeting for a week from tonight, where, you know, if the applicant submits their final argument by 6 p.m., but, you know, you're not going to have a lot of time to digest that. So that seems like pushing it to me. If you wanted to do it on the 29th of November, that's also pushing it in that we need to get information to the board. So I guess what I'm saying is there's sort of limited options, and I'm kind of leaning toward maybe you try to do both items on the 22nd, recognizing that if you don't finish the second one, then you're in the position of setting that one over, you know, to another date, which is, you would have time available. That's not going to the board until mid-January.
Okay, I definitely would vote for the 22nd because we have to have time to digest the additional written information from the applicant. If everyone, anyone that's in favor of holding it over to the 22nd, will you raise your hand at this time? Or yeah, physical hand, good. Okay, looks like we have a majority of, Brian, you're not raising, are you?
I was raising my
Oh,
hand.
you are,
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
I think we're there. Okay, and I see Commissioner Wilson, beautiful. All right, let's go with the 22nd. Would we be starting that meeting out with this deliberation? Yes, we would. Oh, great.
Yes,
Okay, that would
so
be super
6:30.
helpful. Okay, so
6:30
we're gonna
p.m. for this.
Okay, so we'll get the additional information. We'll have our discussion, our deliberation, our motion, and then we'll move right into the Estacada application. Okay, all right. Wow, that was a marathoner. So I'm going to, do I have to close this hearing? It's closed to public hearing, but no, it's not closed because it's still left open. All right, minutes. There weren't any minutes, were there? Okay, good, because I missed him last time. Other business and schedule review. Jennifer?
I don't think there's really anything that's essential at this point. You all know you're back here on the 22nd for 2 items, and that's good enough.
Okay, beautiful. I do want to mention that Commissioner Pack just really could not stay past 10. She's employed and needs to get her sleep. So can Darcy or someone?
Commissioner Lopes.
Commissioner Lopes.
What did I say?
Pack's still here. She's there. I still see
Commissioner
her.
Pack is still here.
I am employed and would like to go to bed.
I know you would like to get that.
I get up at 4:30 every morning.
There's more than one of you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lopes is what I meant to say. So can someone on staff let her know that we're going to carry this over the 22nd and she will be expecting additional information. Beautiful. All right, let's go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 10:38. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Tammy.
And thank
See
you,
y'all.
staff. Yay, staff.
Good night, everybody.
Good work,
Night.
Melissa.
Good night.
Good job, Melissa.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.